Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Let's get back into this. Where did we leave off? Let me actually take a look after we load in here. 183 hours. I still can't really believe how many hours I've already put into this game. I mean, yes, streaming obviously extends sort of the time that you spend in certain ways, but in case you think, well, you would only take about half the time or maybe even less if you hadn't streamed this, no. This is pretty much how I always play games, just extended by a little bit, right? Even when I play games on my own, I very, very frequently sort of stop and, well, honestly, just sort of sit there and think about them, right? Though when I'm not streaming, I'll also tend to sort of bring up maybe like a YouTube video or something else connected to the game that might, enable me to, I guess, think about it more or to get like a different perspective on it. A thing that I always like to do as well is if I know a streamer that I like to watch, or something similar, YouTuber, whatever, and they're also playing through the same game that I am, or have been in the past, right? Doesn't need to be live, could have been 2 years ago. Point being that I then sort of like to go back and look at how they potentially approached any given thing. Obviously, that's a bit more difficult with a game like Elden Ring, where you can have very, very different approaches, different sort of ways in which people do certain content, right? So you need to make sure that you're not spoiled on anything. They might have some sort of weapon or whatever that you didn't even know about, or they might have information that you don't know yet, and obviously want to discover by yourself. And if they then suddenly start talking about some sort of connection that I just haven't encountered yet, then obviously, you don't want that. So it's much easier to do that with a game that is a lot more linear than this, obviously, but just as an explanation, right? Even though I would say that I might have, extended my playthrough a little bit by streaming it, it's not that different from what I usually do with games, so... And the fact that's sort of pretty nuts to me is the comparison to other games. So in comparison, for example, my Persona 5 Royal playthrough took about 260 hours, and that was probably one of my longest playthroughs of a game that I did. And yeah, I'm still kind of blown away by just the sheer amount of content that is in Elden Ring. Whether or not it's all good content, we've discussed that a number of times already. Elden Ring is certainly, very, very close to the line of becoming Ubisoft-esque in that it, has repetition that shouldn't really be there, in my opinion. Like, I'd much rather have a game that has less content, but the content is unique, rather than just cramming a world full of stuff that isn't really engaging at all. Elden Ring doesn't do that. Elden Ring still, it's just unique enough in everything that it does. And obviously it does have its really, really big, interesting moments, revelations, set pieces, parts of the world that are just so good that it doesn't really matter so much. I talked about that last stream as well, I think, where I was fairly disappointed that we just had the Godskin Noble as a boss. I honestly expected something much more interesting and unique in that cathedral. But the setting is what makes it, right? This whole volcano, the way it's built into the mountain, the fact that there is basically an entire huge, albeit destroyed, fantasy castle within this volcano. And the fact that it is a very unique setting, like it's, especially compared to sort of Liurnia being somewhat similar to Limgrave, And then Caelid, even though it's obviously very, very different from Limgrave, arguably it's just a rotten version of the same landscape, if you will, right? Doesn't make it any worse, right? It's still a very, very cool setting. But this is, even for Elden Ring, so far very unique. I didn't really expect there to be a full-fledged volcano in this game like this, right? And so the fact that at the same time, not only is there this volcano with this huge castle inside of it, they then also manage, once again, just like with Stormvale, to have this huge setting and this, what amounts to, again, people I think call them legacy dungeons, what amounts to basically a full-fledged level of a FromSoft game that we know and love, but within this open world, right? And manage to integrate it so seamlessly, and then also attach something like this interesting manner to it that has obviously still a lot of secrets to uncover and a quest line to follow. Because of all of that, it's then not that bad that there's this repeated enemy as a boss here. But again, doesn't change the fact that you kind of wish for something else, right? Though that being said, we probably should continue, and I'm not through here, so I'm very much looking forward to hopefully meeting another boss at the end of it that it actually is unique. The only thing that I definitely need to think about a little bit is where do we continue? Because I went through this cave system last time and came out... Wait, which one was it? This is the end of the cave, I think, and then this is outside of the cave, right? And then I went through this ravine all the way over here. So now I could do this part first, essentially, this whole western section with this broken up castle here as well. Or I could continue through the cathedral within the volcano and see what there might be at the end of it. One thing that makes this area seriously, well, not confusing, but it's certainly hard to keep track of, are these sort of extra mountain pieces that seem like they can be entered through various sort of huge stone structures that are overlapping certain pieces of the mountain. So I need to make sure that I don't miss out on anything that might be hiding there. Especially with this as well. I'm sorry. I think this whole section seems to be sort of on the upper level, right? So this is the cave I came out of, which is basically below what we see here on the map. It seems to be some sort of small village or something, which might be accessible from this way. And I have absolutely no idea what this is supposed to represent, this whole sort of stone structure. This almost looks like oh, no. You know what this is? Yeah, I completely misinterpreted this. This is what I saw from far away, right? When I was looking at it from, like, over here, from the Grand Lift. Because the whole mountain has these giant stone structures, these stone pillars sort of arching their way over the mountain. And I think that's what this is supposed to represent on the map, right? Because this sort of looks almost as if they've sort of drawn some sort of castle and flipped it on the side to put it on the map, and it's sort of on the map wrong, but that's not actually the case. It's if you're looking down onto them from top, obviously they, you know, they're sort of jutting out of the stone to the left. If you're looking at them from the south, and that's why they look like this on the map. Oh well, let's start. Let's go back to this and take a look at whatever this small castle here seems to be. One thing that okay, my Great Rune I've still active. I need to remember where I put my healing. There are a lot of these carriages, or not, can you call them carriages? I wonder what their actual name is. Sometimes I do wish I had some sort of guidebook or something with me just to check up on things like this, to you know what this is basically, for example. 'Cause like, is it like a skull carriage thing? It's very, very hard to... Oh. Something died again somewhere. It's honestly hard for me to come up with names for these things. Also, there's a lot of volcanic stone here. And these seem to be... Let me take a look at these. Are they the monks that you can encounter at various places? They're looking very similar, aren't they? Especially since they have this red head gear thing. Yo! Hi, what's going on? Yeah, I wonder... I wonder what's up with that. I can't entirely recall if we had information about why these monk-type people might be here. There might have been at some point something that connected them to this volcano, but beyond that, somebody's fighting over there. Oh, are they fighting the skeletons that cannot come out of the graves? No, wait, those are soldiers. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, that's a normal soldier. They're definitely the monk people. Or is that a dead soldier? Also, I still haven't figured out what these floating ghost creatures are doing in the graveyards. Why they're there. I feel like at some point we had some sort of information about that as well. Hi. I do like these enemies in this sort of sense. They're very, very easy to deal with if you can sneak up on them, but they can be very annoying if they see you, because they take a lot less damage from the front and are also they can turn around very, very quickly, and oh, for fuck's sake, can I not jump up on this? And also they have this spinning move that makes them almost, well, not impossible to hit, obviously, but just sort of annoying to deal with. I do wonder what happened here, though. I mean, this entire area definitely suggests that they had been prepping for an assault on whatever this castle structure seems to be. Potentially. And as always, I do wish the game would be a bit clearer on these kinds of things sometimes. Sometimes it's very, very hard to discern who was potentially the aggressor. Are we looking at a battlefield that's been here for a very long time? Did this happen recently? I mean, it does look as if these monk guys are somewhat protecting this place. But maybe that's not entirely correct. Oh, there you are. The thing rolls around a little too quickly for me to backstab it, I suppose. How many of these guys are here? I think you saw me, didn't you? Maybe not? No. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Seriously. Well, two of them might be pretty... What the... Did he just hurt himself? Or did he hurt the other one? Somehow he took damage. And now they're making their rounds. Did you see me? I don't know what their AI is sometimes doing. Yeah. See, they're taking almost no damage from the front, and then they can sort of drift around you, which can be quite annoying to deal with. That didn't look like it should have hit me, but okay. Might have been just in the hitbox of that. What is he taking damage from? Is he sort of falling slightly or driving up against some stone or something? That's very curious. Yeah, that's the most annoying part, that they can drive backwards like that. Because it sort of ends up being this weird struggle of finding a place where they actually turn around long enough for you to hit them. I mean, it makes sense they would do it, it's just... Okay. Are they... What are they doing here? Do I want to know what that message says? Probably not. No, but they were... It looked as if they were sort of praying to the dead almost, or paying them their last respects. Which might suggest that these are their fallen brethren? Whatever happened here, clearly a lot of people died, so... Maybe that's what they're... Maybe that's what they've been doing. Or why they were sitting like this in front of the fire. Or maybe they're praying to the fire itself. Though that seems a bit too arbitrary, considering there's a lot of fires, and fire in general isn't necessarily all too special in most cases. Let's see. I mean, maybe we'll find answers in the castle structure proper here. But they're always building up these sort of circles, right? Even here, it almost looks as if they're preparing some sort of ritual, or... Oh, hello. I did forget about this, I think... I mean, I've encountered them several times already, and I do have one of these thorn curse things myself. Problem is, I don't really remember what that was about. Clearly they fought against these soldiers. Which, logically, you'd assume that this castle probably belonged to the soldiers. And that just sort of makes sense. Okay, and then this is the section that we were able to see from up above, right? Yeah. That's a castle behind Volcano Manor. And you were able to sort of look down onto this place. This almost looks like a boss room. Though, well, yeah, it does. Because as I thought. You can summon here, there is a summoning pool here, and a lot of people apparently died here, so... Clearly, something will appear here. Question being what? Also, Wonder if this continues or if this is just a boss room. Do I want to attempt this? I mean, technically, I'm pretty much still full on resources, and it's not that far away from the Site of Grace. It's just annoying because I'd have to kill those weird skull carriages. Oh! Oh! Oh, well then. That'll be easy to deal with, I hope. Just another one of these. I have expected there to be a fire-breathing dragon here. I mean, technically, these are dragons. Just a bit... I don't know. I don't know if this guy's, like, similar. Because I've already fought one of them. Oh, this has a boss HP bar, though. Oh. Didn't think that would hit me, but okay. Oh, I didn't actually want to do that twice. I just wanted to do it normally. I don't know. The first time I fought one of these, well, I think they're kind of an interesting enemy, but they're also a bit annoying in a lot of ways. Feel like... oh well, I wish the game would be better in terms of how it handles elevation. I feel like that's always one of the biggest problems that Elden Ring has. Oh god, my Mimic is dead. Huh. Can you just stop this? He is pretty annoying. Ooh. Was I stuck on something? That was weird. Now he's sitting right at the edge of where the, like, I sort of have the problem of potentially falling down. That's always really annoying. For fuck's sake. I wish I could actually see his animation to determine when he attacks. But I guess that's supposed to... I don't know. And they even have the technology of pulling back the camera, right? Ah, for fuck's sake, I knew there was a second attack. Oh, wait, am I out of healing? Well, also, he has way too much HP. Because he's not nearly interesting enough to fight with this amount of HP. At least I killed him. Another dragon heart. Ooh, a new draconic power is available? Why? I guess it's just connected to the amount of dragon hearts that you collect? Is it though? I thought the last time that that particular thing came up with the new draconic power was when I fought against like one of the quote-unquote main or unique dragons, or the ones that are named, right? Um... What? What the fuck is going on? I'm a bit concerned because I don't have any healing anymore. So, I'm not too sure if I would actually be able to run through the lava. Oh, is it Alexander? I see him. I see the pot sitting in the fire. Oh, okay, so he wants to get stronger by just literally sitting in lava? Okay, fair enough. I didn't recognize his voice. I can't run through this though. Yeah, that's gonna damage me. That's unfortunate. I could just go back and kill a couple of those fire monk people. Because the thing is, I don't really want to rest at the site of grace to reset, because that might, I don't know if that sometimes screws with quest lines. Probably not necessarily, but either way, I don't really want to respawn the other crap here as well. Yeah, I don't know about these magma worms. Very interesting. Like, I think I fought, like, another variant of them, didn't I? I think at some point I fought one of them that wasn't a magma worm, but was instead, something else. It might have been a rotten one in Caelid or something? Definitely with another sort of element attached to it. But I don't know. I actually do like them as an enemy. I like their moveset. I like the way they're set up. I like quite a lot about them, to be completely honest. That being said, the problem is they don't really appear for a very long time in the game. Again, I think the first one that I actually fought was in the optional path left of the Grand Lift of Dectus. And that one had way too much HP, though at that point I definitely also had an underleveled weapon. But since then, for some awkward reason, they've just shoved them in my face like all the time, which I just find kind of awkward, to be completely honest. I wish they would have, I don't know, done that. Oh, I wish they had done that a little bit differently. Bye-bye. Ah, there it is. 2, I think that should be enough. Yeah, let's go back to Alexander, talk to him, and then I'll come back here and deal with the rest of all of this. Take a look at the graveyard. I don't expect there to be too much interesting stuff here now that I think about it, but, I mean, I guess you never know. Maybe I can get more healing? No. Doesn't seem to be the case. I guess in a way you could argue that since we're at a volcano, having a couple more of these magma worms here does make sense to a degree. I just wish they would be either a little bit different in terms of what they're doing, right? Not all just sort of fire-breathing stuff or magma-spewing stuff, but rather actual differences between them. I don't know. It's also that, you know, it's actually quite fun to fight them, but then they put an arena here that has these weird jagged edges, and then they sort of get stuck on that, and you can get stuck on that, and hmm. And yeah, the camera is still a very big problem. And they didn't I do some encounter last time where it actually pulled back the camera quite a bit? That is actually one thing that I'm curious about. Because they're definitely doing it, right? They do recognize in certain situations and fights that pulling back the camera is the better choice, right? And giving the player more not agency, but giving the player more sort of more screen real estate, more screen space to actually know what's going on, especially against fairly big opponents. That's the right call, I feel like. I'm just wondering why they're not always doing that. It's just sort of an awkward choice, isn't it? Ooh, it takes quite a while to get over there. Well, I have one more healing charge. I guess I'm able to teleport out of here, so... sounds that he makes. I should have probably sort of jumped. Did he talk about going here? I don't quite remember what he said. Oh, I can talk to him from here. Oh, that's cool. Wait, you think I could actually... that doesn't necessarily look like you can go through there, right? Hey, what's up?
Ah, good sir. What business might you have in such a place as this? I hardly think you're here to temper yourself with flame, considering that fleshly form of yours. Your timing, though, is impeccable as ever. I've been making just the thing for you on my journey here. Take it. I'm sure it'll suit you to a T.
What? That's a headpiece.
But, it's hardly more than lukewarm here. I won't be able to temper my body such that it'll never crack again. Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old saying I've caught wind of. Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars.
Interesting. We have heard about that, right? The flame of ruin, the giants. For some reason, I almost expected this place to be connected to that, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, obviously it's not the case, but that does mean that I think the sort of the spiraling mountain, or well, it's not really spiraling, but there's definitely this sort of mountain edge behind the Erd Tree. I guess that's the place that he's referring to, right? Because that would be eastward, and that's it makes sense that he would head there, I guess. Which is quite interesting that starting actual quest line, I don't know with this guy. So far he's sort of been, I mean, he has an agenda, more or less, right? He's interested in getting stronger. And he's done or tried multiple things to achieve that. It just seems so almost random where he actually pops up. It's quite random where you find him in Limgrave, and then he says, oh, there's this tournament, and heads eastward. And then, obviously, he's at Radahn's tournament. And then he goes here, and then from here to, well, the Flame of Ruin, apparently. Not that I mind that, it's just... I wonder where that leads to in the end. Is he just getting stronger and then that's it? Or does that lead to something else? Let's take a look at that headpiece. Man, there's so many unique headpieces, right? The thing about things like this is that, in a way, I really, really like that these exist. But they always look so silly that, I don't know, right? I'm very disinclined to use these things on sort of a first PvE playthrough or a playthrough where you want your character to also look cool, which is kind of a shame because these often come with really cool effects and potentially sort of unique things or concepts. I don't know. Jar that fits cleanly over the head when upturned, made with pride by Iron Fist Alexander. Also, once again, this is a headpiece that I would be a bit concerned about actually putting on, considering what the jars actually represent, right? I mean, not that I know for sure yet, but what I do know is that they clearly sort of contain lifeblood, and presumably people have sort of purposefully more or less killed themselves and put themselves or their flesh in these jars to, I don't know, what was it? At some point I know that I've read something about that on a certain item that explained it to a degree. I think it was something about, like, basically living forever, immortal life. I'd have to go back on that, but yeah, considering that these jars are that, right, that they contain basically the flesh of people, more or less, I would be quite on edge wearing this and thinking that it sort of would just swoop me up all of a sudden and mingle my flesh into the soup and live as a jar. In a uniquely jar-like gesture of friendship, it boosts the power of throwing pot items. Well, that's quite the nice effect. Not necessarily a very good one, though. I mean, I guess it depends on the pots. I don't know. The pots are... I'm going back and forth on them. I wish that all of the pots would not consume FP, because you're already consuming the pot itself. It's just kind of weird to me. That's the same with the Kaku glintstones and stuff. I feel like having to use... Well, I mean, at least with the pots, you get the basic pot back, right? But you still have to craft them. It still consumes materials. Not that these materials are difficult to come by. They're very, very easy to get, but I still think, since it's a consumable item, it's kind of weird that it consumes FP as well. I know that there's probably some sort of balancing reason behind that. Okay, but I don't know. For me, it does take a little bit away of actually using them, right? And especially since some of the pots don't consume FP, right? And those... that makes them instantly more usable. At least in my opinion. I don't know.
Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old above the
Okay. Just continues with that. Can I try heading up that path? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's a bit unfortunate that I'm very, very low on healing. I mean, they do provide you with a little bit of a... no, okay, it's completely blocked off. It looked from the outside as if there was a small sort of path between the rocks, but doesn't seem to be the case. Wouldn't have really made any sense, considering that there's just a giant lava fall behind him. Also, it is somewhat weird that you don't take damage on the glowing rocks, only inside the lava. I know I talked about that last time. It's... I don't know. I wonder what they were thinking with the lava. And the fact that it does slow you down by quite a bit, but not really does damage at all, makes it a very, very weird substance. Sort of threatening, but not really. To the point where it just feels like, well, maybe a little bit of a nuisance, but that's basically it. What are you guys doing here? I haven't seen you for a very long time. Whoa! He just instantly throws bombs at you. Oh. That actually dealt more damage than I thought it would. So these are special bomb-throwing monkeys, then? I'm out of healing again. I guess they developed this skill because they're living next to the lava? Interesting. Seems so random that they would be here, right? In a way? Huh. Wait, does this area actually lead up here? There's more here than I thought there would be. I kind of expected to pretty much just run up against the wall and that'd be it for this particular section of the map, but clearly there is a bit more to uncover here. Which is always great. Just unexpected in this case. Also, now that I think about it, the weirdest thing is that this magma worm actually had a boss HP bar. I honestly wonder, like, I would like to talk to the developers, right, to FromSoft, and ask them how they decide whether or not an enemy gets a boss HP bar or not. Because it really, really feels... I don't know, so random. Some of them get it, some of them don't, and yeah, it's just quite unclear why. In this case, it does make sense in a way, because it's almost a boss room. It's clearly sort of gating you from progressing and getting not only to Alexander, but to this place at the end of the day. But it's still weird, isn't it? Is the guy with the large club supposed to destroy the statue? I'm just wondering, since usually you basically want bigger and tougher enemies to do that for you. Let's see, can you please? Maybe you can't? Can you destroy the statue? No. Does not look like it. Try strong foe. Yeah, but which one? Oh. Can you please hit the damn statue for me? No. I think that was his strongest move. Beast required ahead. Okay. I assume there's going to be a stronger enemy here somewhere. Huh. Which does mean that I probably want to get a bit more healing again, but... Roiling magma. Also, this thing is called a hermit's shack. Didn't we feel like another place has the same name, though I might be misremembering that. Okay, let me take a look at this. Was it an incantation? Or what was it? Oh, it's a spell. Or sorcery. Fires lump of magma that explodes after delay. This one explodes on contact? One of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir fires a lump of condensed magma that explodes a short delay after hitting the target. That's a weird sentence, but it does make sense. Okay. Charging enhances potency, yeah. After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Renala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. That means this hut, or this small village, probably once was inhabited by sorcerers that studied the Mount Gelmir sorceries, I'd assume. Wondering why it fell into disarray then. You would think that sorcerers that are capable of using like a magma explosion like that would be able to deal with these beastmen. Then again, they might have died to something else, and then the beastmen just sort of came in and, I don't know, used the shacks as their base. Ah, I see it. What is that? What is that? Is that a troll, or is it something else? Definitely is a giant enemy. Oh no, oh, it's a bear. Okay. What? Did he just sort of jump down and then immediately go to sleep again? What was that? Or did the game accidentally put him back to sleep? Or not put him out of his sleep state or something? That looked quite funny. Because I didn't see him jumping down, he just sort of lay there all of a sudden, awkwardly clipping through stuff. Only issue being, they tend to have an insane amount of HP. So this could be annoying. He's also slowly walking back to where he came from. Yeah, I think that's this... He's probably supposed to sort of jump onto me, I'd assume. At this point, huh? That just doesn't pan out the way it was supposed to. Yeah, like that. Oh. I always underestimate how quick they are. Thank you. See, this is what I was... Oh, there are small ones as well. They're kind of insanely fast is the problem. Are you kidding me? Yeah, thank you. God, I hate the horse. And its weird delay. That action queuing. Why the fuck is the statue not broken? Oh, it is. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you... I mean, it would be great if the game would just work the way it's supposed to. Of course I didn't get the item. Oh, no, never mind. I think I got it. Ah, well, I can just write back there. I just wanted to have the item at this point. Ah, yeah. Man. I really don't know what they were thinking with the horse. The horse is kind of a weird sort of case study of, I think they seem to be very, very scared of making the horse too good. Oh, cool, they're actually still fighting the soldiers. So those two soldier guys were actually actual enemies that were just dead. Oh, by the way, can my horse ride through the lava? No. It's actually taking quite a bit of damage from that. How weird! Also, Alexander is still sitting there. I halfway expected him to already be gone. Oh, this is also who died earlier. I didn't actually connect that. I should have known that the people who died were probably the ones fighting there. Okay, I wanted to get off the horse. Thank you. Though it is very weird that, my horse doesn't take damage from poison. You can just ride through poison and toxic swamps and whatever without any issue. It does take damage from lava, though. Yet another very interesting design choice that I don't understand. I was thinking about that, a couple of times, actually, where I thought that they had purposefully designed the horse this way to make toxic swamps in the open world less annoying. Though, arguably, at that point, you can sort of say, well, why include them in the first place then, right? If they're not being a threat to the player, and if you can just ride through them with your horse, then why include them in the first place? Could just be a normal swamp, and that'll be it. But yeah, that's a very weird and interesting choice once again. I guess, well, considering that the lava also does slow you down, they clearly want lava to be much more potent and dangerous than poison. Not saying that it actually is, but, it does seem as if there's supposed to be a difference there. But I don't really know. Also, he's doing the same thing again. Oh great, I'm stuck on the tree. God, I hate the bear animation so much. They're weird enemies. I feel like, I don't know, they're sort of cool, especially the first time you fight them, but then they quickly become very, very tedious, way too tedious in my opinion. And also, they're, why did you... I mean, it does work with this pretty insane skill, but... I wish, with these bears, they're kind of a weird case of, I think they would actually be more fun to fight with less HP. Obviously, they would be easier and less challenging, but they're sort of a weird enemy to, like, if they were some sort of magical bear, if they could spew poison, rot things, or whatever, right? If they were clearly magical or in some other way special, then I think it would work in giving them a lot of HP. But I guess you could argue that they are, in fact, somewhat special since they're so much bigger, like unnaturally big compared to the normal bears. I don't know. I feel like they're honestly not special enough to warrant their health bar. Especially when you've already fought a bunch of them. Oh, I completely forgot I died and lost my Great Rune effect, right? Like, yeah, if you've already fought a bunch of them at some point, just like the magma worms, right? The issue being that there's a lot of times where there's just too many instances of the same enemy, and especially if they're sort of larger ones that can be annoying or have a lot of HP, then it tends to feel way more like a struggle, because you know that you already beat them at some point, right? So they don't have this feeling of, like a new boss enemy or something that you still want to beat, that you want to prove to yourself you can actually deal with. That's not the case anymore, so it's just sort of in the way of the thing that you want to reach, or in this case the item that was laying there. A lot of summoning pools in this area. I almost feel as if I ran by a site of grace, or maybe there's one behind this hut. Also, once again, very, very interesting choice here on the map. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Oh, I think, it's this. Right, right. So this is supposed to be some magma that has solidified at some point in the past. And the interesting bit being that on the map, you're looking at it from a bird's eye view, obviously, and it looks as if you can't actually traverse this terrain, but you can. I don't know. In a way, I'm a fan of how they've done the map. I do like that the map is both highly detailed, yet also has its secrets still, right? That you can't really discern just by looking at the map. That in and of itself was pretty cool. I just wish that it had a bunch more options in terms of how you could sort of interact with it. Just as I thought. There's the site of grace. And what I'm specifically talking about here is you can put these stamps on the map, right, to remind yourself of enemies that you still have to beat, or to remind yourself, in this case, for example, I mark caves and effigies and stuff that I've completed as completed. I don't know if that really makes a whole bunch of sense, considering that, for example, I've also completed this, yet obviously I can't put a stamp there. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I wish there would be more ways in which you could interact with the map. Almost like, let's say just finding the normal map pieces instead of completely uncovering the map. It would give you sort of a basic version of the map where you could, well, more or less see everything, but it would still have, a pulley crossbow. Need to look at that in a second. But it would still have these kinds of secrets, right? But I think once you actually go here, there should sort of be an option to, I guess, make the map a bit more detailed in terms of where you can actually go and which areas connect in which way. I don't know. Then again, that's always been a wish of mine, though. Thinking about it, I was never quite sure of how you would do something like that. And what I'm talking about is, I think the Zelda games, or at least the first Zelda game that was on the Nintendo DS, I think that was sort of the only game that really did that. And because the DS obviously had the touch screen, right? What they did is they gave the player a bunch of freedom in how they used the map, right? Obviously, there were also gameplay elements that were attached to that. But it was the first one, right? Phantom Hourglass was the first one, and that's the one where you were also on the ocean. I didn't play through the game. I just played it for a couple of hours, I think. Anyways, the interesting bit was that because it had that touchscreen, they basically let you draw on maps, right? So I don't 100% remember how it worked, but there were, I think you had the two screens, and you basically had your own map at the bottom, right? On the bottom screen, the touch screen. And then you could look at specific items or maps that you found. I think that's how it worked. And they showed up on your top screen, right? So the way it was done is basically you found some sort of map fragment, right? Some sort of treasure map that vaguely showed sort of outlines of an island or something, right? The way it's actually usually done in games, right? For example, Final Fantasy XIV does the same thing with its treasure maps, where it shows you like a very, very specific small part of the map, and then you have to look at the actual map and figure out where that is. But again, the interesting part about the Nintendo DS, the touchscreen, and in that case, Phantom Hourglass, was that they actually let you draw on the in-game map, right? So if you wanted to remind yourself of where that item was or that treasure was, you would look at that treasure map and basically copy the location of the treasure onto your actual map, right? Now, obviously, in that particular case, the touchscreen of the Nintendo DS isn't very high resolution. The whole input is, not that great. It's a fairly small screen, all things considered. So you couldn't really do much with it. But I always liked the basic concept. And I think a lot more games should sort of embrace systems that would let your player figure out sort of own systems of keeping track of things, right? And arguably Breath of the Wild sort of did that right as well, where the map is pretty much empty, more or less, and you can mark things on your own. It doesn't actually show that much on its own. You can mark that stuff by yourself if you want to. Elden Ring is not really similar. Elden Ring actually, if you look at this map, I mean, it looks a lot better than what Ubisoft typically puts in their games. Arguably, it's not that different at the end, though, right? I mean, this map, in a way, is pretty similar to something that, for example, Skyrim does. It's actually very similar to that, when you really think about it. Because Skyrim did the same thing, more or less, where it had nothing on the map at first, and every time you encountered like an encampment or a dungeon or whatever on your travels, it would be marked on your map. And at the end of the day, the map would pretty much look like this, right, with a million different symbols on it. And that's completely fine. I'm not saying that this is bad. I just wish that there was a way to let the player play with it more, right? To figure something out where you can treat this as an actual map, right? Almost as if you were on an adventure, somebody gave you a map, right, in like the Middle Ages without GPS or whatever, and then you're the one in charge of that. And in charge of marking things that you found and all of that stuff. Now, obviously, you don't want that to become tedious, right? If the player suddenly has to draw all kinds of symbols on the map just to keep track of where they've been, that would be boring, right? So some form of automation like this, where automatically sort of symbols and sites of grace and whatever the hell are marked, that's always great. But that being said, I do wish there were actually a couple more ways in how you could interact with this. Though, again, the problem being I'm really struggling to find a way to come up with these ideas because, well, since this is on console, you can't expect your players to have a keyboard attached to it, for example, right? So you wouldn't be able to sort of write things down, really. Using a controller as a mouse or sort of drawing things is also very, very difficult to do. So you're kind of stuck with just letting the player put symbols on the map in a way. I don't know. I'm pretty sure if you put a lot of thought into this, you could, I don't know, maybe come up with, I guess, dynamic elements. So obviously the developers know how the map is connected, right? Which kind of areas. Let's say, just as an example, Stormvale Castle, right, is sort of this general area. Now, once I explore it or explored it fully, let's say once I uncovered all sides of grace or whatever, right, that's always the problem, right? What kind of triggers do you put into a game for these kinds of things? But let's say I hovered over it, maybe it would then sort of highlight that area. Maybe I could click on it and mark the entire area for something, right? Mark the area as complete would be a pretty cool thing, for example. I don't really know why they don't let you do that, to be completely honest. Again, these kinds of symbols, They're not bad, but they're not really that helpful either. I feel like they're a pretty poor implementation of a much cooler idea. I don't know. I just wish, especially with the FromSoft games. I've always said that the FromSoft games in particular. Oh, by the way, should I continue? I feel like this area actually continues quite a lot more. Let me go back here and just check out the sort of eastern part and the castle first, and then we'll come back up here. Because I feel like we'll be able to not only look at this, but potentially go over here as well and continue all the way over here. So I kind of want to go back here and check out the castle first. But yeah, one thing that for me personally was always the biggest draw to the FromSoft games is that they almost feel as if you're sort of an explorer on like a history mission in a way. Which is obviously also a big thing with the item descriptions and having things sort of be, oh, for fuck's sake. Having things be very sort of mysterious and a lot of information and a lot of different parts, it does make you feel as if you're sort of, I don't know, a historian that's going through multiple books trying to find information about a specific thing or something, right? It's or like archaeology or something like that, right? That's always what it felt like to me, and I think that's pretty cool. So I wish that they would also facilitate that a little bit more with the in-game elements, especially considering, I mean, I'm taking sort of notes on a piece of paper or small sort of notebook thingy. Which isn't that great, honestly. Like, I like doing it, but it's very, very difficult unless I would go back and basically write it down a second time, but sort it differently. I mean, I said that as well. I could have done some sort of mind map on my laptop, right? Probably would have been the better choice because you could go in and sort of edit the different things, or maybe just a Word document or something. Definitely something that is sort of more where you're more able to edit it, so that you can actually change things based on new discoveries and stuff like that. I wonder why they're not attacking me even though they're red. Weird. They don't seem to be too concerned about their friends most of the time. Okay, so did they put the stone sword key here because earlier we used one on that one cave? If so, that's a bit weird. But whatever. But yeah, I wish that I don't know, that would be a cool alternative to having an in-game sort of archive, right? Because while in-game archives can be cool, they often suffer from almost having too much information in them, to the point where either you read through it and you still sort of forget about most of it, since it's just too much at once. It also takes away a lot of sort of the agency, right? It breaks up the pacing in a very unnatural way, right? If you're sort of, I mean, that's sort of the interesting part about the FromSoft games is you discover an item and you look at its description, and it can be very meaningful, it can not be so meaningful, but whatever the case, it is fairly short, right? It's a very, very short piece of information, and they specifically limit themselves in the item window as well, right? They can't actually put that much text into it. And the benefit of that is that you're never really too distracted from it. I mean, you can be if it's if it reveals a lot of very interesting information and you want to think about it, obviously that's up to the player if they do that. But for the most part, it's sort of not very intrusive to the gameplay, right? You can look at it, you can think about it for a minute, and then move on. Whereas other games present you with literally pages of text sometimes, right? So you're sort of sitting there, and they might be very good texts, don't get me wrong, but they break up the pacing a lot, right? And if you're on a very cool quest, a quest that you want to know how it continues, yet at the same time you find another really, really interesting book that might be connected to something completely different, that's always a difficult thing, right? Suddenly the player has to decide to sit there and read through that book for like 10 minutes, which might be very interesting, but might distract from what you were doing previously. Or you continue with the quest, but probably will forget about reading the book later on, right? Because the quest, especially in big RPGs like this, might continue for the next 3 to 4 hours, or even longer than that. And by the time you finish it, especially over multiple play sessions, you might completely forget about this really interesting book that you found, right? And that's always been a big issue to me. And I feel like giving the player more agency about what they can do with the UI, potentially putting more markers on the map, putting markers on items, for example, or even letting you connect items, right? I mean, how cool would it be if you could go into your inventory here in Elden Ring and give items sort of certain tags, right? Let's say a tag for Raya Lucaria, right? Sort of magic. Obviously, the difficult thing there is that as a developer, you don't want to spoil the player on any content the game might have, right? If you're at the start of the game, you look at your menu and you realize, oh, there's like 50 different tags that I can assign to items, then naturally you will already know by looking at these tags certain content that the game might have. Now, obviously, you could just not do that, but you kind of have to if you want to engage with a system like that, because, well, you have to look through all 50 tags to decide on which would be the best suited for any possible item that you find, right? So clearly there is some sort of difficulty in how you achieve that. And again, with a PC game, you could expect the player to have a keyboard and being able to choose their own tags, which would also be pretty cool. With a console game, that's a lot more difficult. But I do wish they would, I don't know, come up with some sort of system like that, right? Where I would be able to sort of go into my inventory and basically connect certain items in almost a mind map style that made it possible for me to, even after 100 hours of playtime, to go back and see, oh, now I found some new information about, let's say, Raya Lucaria or Renala or whatever, right? And sort of instantly have access to all of the items that I myself marked as being connected to that information. And again, the cool thing being that I think it would elevate your own discovery by a lot if you did a system like that right. I think it would elevate your own feeling in a game like this a lot more. Because, again, in other games that have just sort of basic archives, it's also pretty cool to have that information sort of readily available to you once you unlock it. But it doesn't include any agency of your own, right? It's just something that the game presents to you, and it can be very interesting, and it can be very beneficial as well if you want to read up on something that you might have forgotten over multiple play sessions. But it has nothing to do with you. It's just information that is presented by the developers. It has no... You can still draw conclusions from it, obviously, or connect it to other pieces of information in the archive, but yeah, it's a lot less about the player. And I think in a game, you should think about, well, how can we make these things actually engaging for the player, instead of it just being information that is sort of thrown at you. And yeah, I think... I don't know. I think, especially in a game like this, I wish there would be more efforts that were being taken in terms of, you know, creating such an engaging system for the player. The fact that this even throws them back is even more ridiculous, right? Not only is it a very powerful attack and deals a ton of damage, they also get just thrown back and are completely unable to do anything against you. Okay, so all that's left is for me to go in here, and I think then we can go back here and do the rest of that. I'm saying all that's left, I have no idea what's in here. Oh, wait. There's a second of these guys? They do actually have quite a lot of HP as well. That was almost an anime moment, right? Me with my magic thing, Mung's flame mace. Ah, cool. Me with my magic thing and him with his fire stuff. Also, yeah, once again, see, I was getting distracted by so many things. The crossbow I also wanted to take a look at. Okay, let's do the crossbow first. Pulley crossbow. Made with pulleys and power springs. The complex mechanism, which required advanced mathematical and mechanical understanding to craft, was likely made by a certain genius who learned Golden Order fundamentalism. One touch fires a volley of bolts. Be warned, large stores of bolts can be quickly spent. What? Golden Order fundamentalism? What the hell is that? Because judging by the name, you would think it's some sort of religion. But if it's connected to mathematical and mechanical knowledge, maybe in this case, fundamentalism is referencing sort of fundamental knowledge that was being taught while the Golden Order was still sort of the active order of society? Quite a curious description. And then I got a mace. This one. Monk's Flame Mace. Great hammer made to resemble flickering flames. Signature weapon of the fire monks, who hail from the mountaintops of the giants. See, this is why I was confused earlier, though. Because I think sort of in the back of my mind I still had this information. Aren't these monks connected to what Alexander was talking about? The fire of whatever you said that's connected to the giants? Why are they here then? Maybe just because it's also a volcano? The unique strong attack rouses fiery combative spirit. It also has kick as a skill. That's quite funny. Huh. But yeah, that's... I wonder what that means. Who the fuck are you? Is that a hammer? Holy shit, what kind of hammer is that? Try horseback battle? Okay. Wait, you can summon your horse in this place? Usually they don't let you. Fort Layet? Layet? Can I sneak up on this guy? No. What is he even? I feel like I've encountered somewhat of a similar oh, oops. I definitely encountered someone similar before. Or maybe not? Honestly, not so sure at this point. Oh, he's not very strong at all. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Prelate's Inferno Crozier. Did I pronounce that right? Okay. Wait, that... Didn't he have, like, the same amount of HP as the fire monks outside? The strong ones? That was weird. See, I mean, you're fighting this giant bear, and he has, like, 5 times the amount of HP compared to this guy. What is up with that? Why are they... They have made so many very, very weird decisions in this game. I just don't... Not decisions that are per se bad, but that are just sort of weird. That was such a cool enemy as well. I do think... Somehow I have a feeling as if I encountered one similar enemy somewhere before, but certainly not like this. Definitely not with a weapon like this, and also not with the sort of meteors that he was conjuring up. Also, for some reason, those meteors, or not meteors, but flames or whatever, they had this very sort of scarlet, magenta color to them. A lot different to normal flames, and a lot different to the flames that the fire monks outside are conjuring up, right? This thing looks insane, though. 45 strength, okay. Colossal hammer with the appearance of roiling flames. Weapon of the prelates who lead the fire monks. Its heft represents the weight of the guardianship. Okay, so that was one of the fire monk leaders then? The hammer's head is unusually substantial, and strong attacks will fling foes into the air. Skill prelate's charge. Slam armament into the ground to create a surge of flames, then charge in. It sounds pretty awesome. I am slightly confused why this guy, especially considering where he's placed, right? You would think that this sort of castle structure with this guy in the middle, that this would be a boss enemy for this area. Yet he's not. The thing that had the boss HP bar was the magma worm that we fought 5-6 times already. Strange. Really, really strange. Okay, so prelates are leader of the fire monks. I wish we had more information about this guy overall, though. I mean, he was wearing basically a goblet, but the wrong way around as a helmet, but in a way where the goblet itself then had like flames in it. I don't even know how to describe it. You think there's somebody still in here? Hey, Armor's Cookbook 7. Oh, I think that was just 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. I just had to sneeze. The Armor's Cookbook 7 gives me Giant's Flame Fire Pots. I think that is actually the different colored flame, is it not? So you have the normal fire pots, you have red main fire pots, and then you have the Giant's Flame fire pots. And the Giant's Flame is what he had, right? It also has the same sort of magical symbol on it. So this more magenta flame, that's the Giant's Flame. Enchanted by incantations of the Giant's Flame, consumes FP. Heavy fire damage. Damage scales with faith. Okay. Oh, I still have... I was wondering why I couldn't craft them, but I still have the holy pots that I definitely need to get rid of. Well, clearly this was once a castle occupied by these soldier guys. And then the fire monks came in. The question being... The wretched fools? Who's talking? Question being why they came in here. They'll never find me. Is that the ghost over there talking to me? Also seems as if they've taken something potentially rare from this place. So the dialogue is just to make you aware of the fact that there's an item out here, or what's that about? The fire scorpion charm. I'll survive, I swear it. I'll soon be back at Volcano Manor. Well, you're a ghost, though. Clearly you did not survive. At least I think so. Still not entirely sure what these ghosts are about. Who are they? Why do some of these ghosts exist? Why do they just sit in one place? Why don't they react to anything that's happening? Especially in this case, that he's talking about surviving, yet at the same time he's clearly a ghost. Okay, let's take a look. Right, I also had the Sacred Scorpion charm. Raises holy attack but lowers damage negation. And this raises fire attack but lowers damage negation. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Patterned on a scorpion freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claws seizing a heart that burns with fire. Interesting that these are scorpions, because the imagery itself, especially since it mentions assassins who strike unseen, I wonder if this imagery is somehow connected to this death mark that Rani had on her body, right? The one that's sort of only half complete. It doesn't really look like a scorpion per se, but I'm just wondering, these sort of two scorpions intertwined with each other. If you think about the death mark also intertwining with another one. Do I still have it as a key item? Yeah, this one. Right? If you think of this one, if you think of a second one that's sort of turned the other way around, it's not exactly a scorpion, but it could very well be a similar sort of type of, I don't know, insect or whatever. I don't know, that might just be coincidence. Just thought that it was interesting. Also, since I got another dragon heart, and it mentioned something about there being new things available for Dragon Communion, I do think I want to go back and quickly take a look at that, because I need to teleport anyways to get back to the other side of Grace. Kind of wish I did the castle part first, though. I don't know. I didn't expect the other way to loop all the way around. Ooh, magma breath. Channels worm to spew magma breath. Okay, interesting. So judging by the rest, these two at least should also get an equivalent still, right? Where they also get sort of a stronger variant of the same thing. Transforms caster into a worm to spew magma breath. Those who have performed will find... Oh, that's a different text, right? Those who have performed the Dragon Communion will find their humanity slowly slipping away. Once they fully succumb to their fate, they are left no more than worms that crawl the earth. That's the case, huh? It is interesting, though, that we have been warned by this one dragon hunter of Dragon Communion basically corrupting you, right? Yet, it seems as if the only item here that actually mentioned that is this one, which hints at the fact that, you know, if you do it too much, then you'll crawl the earth. I'm still really curious to know. Clearly, something happens. Something happens when you eat the dragon hearts. But I suspect that if there is some sort of way to either turn into a dragon or at least to be affected by it in some shape or form, negatively affected by it potentially, there's probably some sort of special trigger for that, right? I don't think something like that would just sort of randomly happen while consuming, why? There's more of you guys. While consuming, dragon hearts? At least that would be underwhelming, in a way. Are these their sheep? I feel like these guys might be sheep herders in a way. Is that the correct term? Also, I spotted another Iron Virgin up there. Although, that one might be broken? Oh no, never mind, it's a broken one, yeah. Did these beastmen kill it? That would be quite impressive, actually. Never mind. They're fighting it, though. Or not. They're fighting me. Wait, did they somehow manage to bring it under the control? Oh. Doesn't this... It looks as if this thing doesn't have a head anymore. Or is it just... Can they retract their head? What was that about? It looked as if this thing didn't have a proper head. For some reason. Maybe I'm just not remembering that there were other versions of these things as well. I mean, but aren't they particularly called Iron Virgins because they look like women? That thing just looked like, I don't know. Well, nothing really, since it didn't really have a head. Also, who built these barricades? Was it these beastmen? I mean, this village by itself at one point probably was part of... Who are you? You have a flower crown. Yeah, the Beastmen definitely just wreaked havoc on this place. But it was clearly something else at one point in time. Hermit Village. What? Is this like an experiment gone wrong or something? That sorcerer possibly trying to control these beastmen? Or maybe it didn't go wrong at all, and he just instructed them to kill everybody else and rule over the village? We're quite high up, by the way. So the lift is over there, right? That's the lift. And this place I haven't been to yet. This is where you basically come up, I think this area, right? This is where you come up from the quote-unquote secret path. It's not really that secret at all, I think, but even though I came up there, I haven't really checked it out at this point. Can I just kill you? Be wary of pack. Huh. That seemed very random, having this guy seemingly teaching them, or almost, I mean, it looked as if he was reading from his book. Oh, there's another one. There's another sorcerer back there as well. And that is interesting. I haven't seen this guy. This is, I've encountered one of these once before. That's actually where I got my first staff from, the one that I'm still using. That's the same enemy that I found the first time on the, what's it called, Weeping Peninsula? Here, actually. Demi-Human Forest Ruins. Give me a second. Came back. Yeah. That's the first place where I encountered this guy. And the only place where I encountered this, I think. Yeah. So it's clearly some sort of magical sorcerer being that is also somewhat of a leader of these beastmen. So yeah, considering that there are also these sorcerers here, it almost looks as if some of the sorcerers either wanted to control the beastmen or wanted to make them into their allies, or... The only thing that's sort of weird about that is you'd assume that this village... Here it does, Glintstone Crown. Well, maybe that gives us some information about this. The only weird thing being that this village at one point probably was occupied by sorcerers as well. Which makes me wonder... I mean, they had to have gone against their own, right? Let's see what this says. Increases intelligence and endurance to the detriment of FP. The crown of Herodas was granted to scholars who engaged in nomadic study away from the academy. Okay, so they studied these beastmen. Well, that doesn't really correspond with what I was speculating, does it? I wish I could identify these guys with yellow coats, the ones that are lying here all over the place. Because it looks as if they were the original inhabitants of this place, right? Why? Ah, I didn't actually want to activate that again. I pressed circle like a million different times. I wish that would just... I mean, I know it's a very powerful attack, and it makes sense that it takes a while to activate. Can still be annoying if you want to get it off and it just doesn't happen. And yeah, I wish I could identify these guys. Not entirely sure who they might have been. Judging by their cloaks, that's sort of the same imagery that you see on the soldiers, right? The soldiers also had sort of this golden yellowish stuff. So these might have just been inhabitants of the capital, or at least were connected to the capital at one point. I'm just trying to figure out sort of the, I guess, the timeline of events that might have taken place here in this village. Did the beastmen come in, kill these guys, and then the scholars came in to potentially study how the beastmen were able to do that in the first place? Or did the scholars control the beastmen previously and decided that this village was a good time to test their developments with these beastmen? Or did the beastmen destroy the village on their own and then the sorcerers came in and just studied them? Though that last one, I don't know, clearly the beastmen have to be connected to the sorcerers somehow, because that guy, like that's sitting back there with the staff in hand, clearly some knowledge seems to have been passed down from the sorcerers to these beastmen. Otherwise he wouldn't really wield a staff, you would think. I mean, just theoretically, obviously, he could have been able to just sort of learn that on his own somehow, but... Oh. Well, that was kind of clever. Something about their attacks is a bit weird in terms of you being able to sort of dodge roll them. Can you just die? Thank you. Once again, the fact that there was this elevation change here made not only my attacks but also his attacks miss quite a lot. I don't know, that's always... it's so strange, right? Because on the one hand, it proves that the hitboxes are pretty good. Oh, errant sorcerer stuff. The hitboxes are pretty good, yet at the same time, they're almost too good for the weird environments they're put in. Okay, let's see. What is this sorcerer stuff? So that's the rope that belongs to the headpiece that we found here. Potentially. Errant Sorcerer Robe. Worn by the errant sorcerer Wilhelm, one of the first Tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. Shouldn't it say the Round Table Hold? A silent seeker of sorcery who had gone so far as to make contact with the primeval current, Wilhelm was led by guidance into confrontation with his friend Vagram, And it is said that he was then taken prisoner in Round Table Hold. Okay. Wilhelm. Once again, I don't know if I've heard the name before. I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure. One of the first Tarnished. Tarnished at Round Table Hold. Silence event. Made contact with primeval current, whatever that means specifically. That's always something that it's very hard to gauge what that means specifically. Like, you get a feeling you know what it is, yet at the same time it seems to sort of elude you. Confrontation with friend Vagram. Not Vagram, Vagram, or Vergram? Why is there another R at the start? Because I would call him Vagram, but it's Vergram? Prisoner in Round Table? What does that mean, prisoner? That's a very curious description. Why would you be a prisoner there? Because for me, it's always, so far, it has been a very friendly place, right? I mean, clearly there are people there that have been there for a very long time, and almost, I mean, I guess you could call it lead and sort of unhealthy life there, but time to summon, I guess. Is there something else that I can do here? Does look as if I've gotten most of the items here. Doesn't it? Is that a wing? What is that? I mean, it's a very low poly model at this distance, so could also be some sort of canopy or something. Might also be maybe it's a dragon wing or something. Just thought it looked interesting. I am somewhat concerned that my mimic died to the magma. Oh, Queen Maggie. Wait, you're also... a boss with a lot of ads, apparently. Ah. These sorcerer guys. This is a very annoying thing. Oh, there's another one back there. What? And I even got charges back. That's weird. Okay, so seriously, I mean, I'm not saying that this is a bad enemy or anything, right? It's actually a pretty cool one, I feel like. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, except for the elevation difference again. Can you... I shouldn't have targeted it, but... Okay, isn't this just weird? Why was this considered a boss? A memory stone is pretty cool loot. Well, also very unnecessary loot since I already have more than enough slots. But, oh, oops. Not what I wanted. I wanted to heal. Couldn't this just have been a normal encounter? Why was this considered a boss fight? Especially since the normal ads were still there, and once I killed the ads, it actually gave me back charges. As if this was like a normal open world enemy group. Honestly, I really, really want to talk to people at FromSoft about how they decided to give enemies boss HP bars or not. Like, this could have just been a normal enemy and would have been equally as interesting, and yeah. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not a big deal, it's just very, very curious. Who the hell are you an NPC? Who the hell are you? Is he, like, somehow that looks weird. Is he levitating? Are you even... He's just opening up his hand. Comet Azure. Wait, that's it? He is levitating, isn't he? Just looks so weird because he's like literally not moving. It almost looks as if he's sort of been placed wrong, right? Like the physics objects that sometimes are stuck in midair. And then you talk to him, he just opens his hand, gives you a spell, and that's it. So, what's up with this guy, though? Was he maybe the original mage that started experiments with the Beastmen, or started colluding with the Beastmen? And then he somehow turned into crystal and was just left here, or what? Comet Azure. Fires a tremendous comet with a starry torrent. 60 intelligence. The thing with these kinds of attacks is, I'm sure this is not necessarily a bad thing. Also, at least in this case, if this uses 3 slots, it does make sense that you get so many slots, right? Because for the longest time, most of the spells that I got, most things actually only require 1 slot. But there's a couple that do require 2. Mainly the things that you get from bosses, typically, right? So the moon stuff. Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's the moon stuff, it's this comet. And obviously, I haven't played through the entire game, so there might be more that actually uses multiple slots, but... And then, yeah, this very strong one, Flame of the Fell God, as well. But most things just use 1 slot, so it's kind of crazy to me that you get so many slots. Especially considering that you also have to scroll through everything. So it's kind of unusable. I mean, at this point, I have, how many? 6, 9, 10 slots. Imagine scrolling through 10 different sorceries the entire time. Legendary sorcery devised by Azure, primeval sorcerer. So would the guy that's sitting here be this Azure person? I feel like we've heard that name before a couple of times. Fires a tremendous comet in a torrent akin to the distant starry expanse. The place said to be the origin of Glenstone. Hold to continue releasing the sorcery's power. Wait, hold to continue releasing the sorcery's power? I was picturing this as like a giant comet just falling from the sky. I was going to say, this doesn't actually sound that great if it's like just a one fairly slowly big ball of magic falling from the sky. I mean, I guess it would depend on how big it is, but typically these very, very slow things aren't that great in actual combat. But if you can hold it, When Azure glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness. He was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss. Whatever that means. Well, the problem is I can't really test it. Can I? It's just a very, that would take me quite a while to get to 60 intelligence. I mean, I could try. I think I can level even. Almost. Question being, what do I level? Right, I think I wanted to get to 35 intelligence now that I think about it. So let's do that. Also,
you're beautiful.
I really, really love these things. Obviously, the only real sort of, well, I mean, arguably, Elden Ring is built a lot around the online interactivity, right? Considering that they've included the summoning pools specifically. So I guess they felt the need, or not felt the need, but they thought that these were quite, useful in online communication, or at least fun. Useful, maybe not that much, but fun, certainly. Which still makes me wonder... Okay, what do I need? 7. I should activate 7. Still makes me wonder if they actually expect sort of every player or most players to engage with PvE online stuff from the very start. Because I feel like a lot of people are playing this single player as well. Purposefully so. But then again, I might be a bit biased on that, considering that, the only people that I really watch play Elden Ring are people on Twitch, which typically means that they're either very accomplished at the game or they, specifically play it to get their asses kicked. In both cases, they... especially bigger streamers tend to play alone, right? And not really with friends, especially on a first playthrough. So, I don't know, my perspective on that might be a bit skewed. I do wonder, percentage-wise, how many people actually decide to use the online PvE elements in general. I wonder how many would do that. Oh, this looks interesting. Okay, am I correct in thinking that this is the only way to access this? Also, can I just fall down here, or... This shouldn't kill me, right? Okay. This looks like it could just be sort of a normal catacomb dungeon, doesn't it? Maybe? Fuck. Do I... I'm struggling with myself if I actually want to continue this way. Because I still haven't fully cleared out all the Volcano Manor stuff. Maybe I'll try going ahead to the next set of grace, and then... Wait, is there a site of grace in here? Is this catacombs, or is this... an access point to some lower level of the world? The music suggests that this is a catacomb place. Yes, okay, it is. Gelmir Hero's Grave. The Beast Eye Quivers. So we can get more, what's it called? Dark Root? Still pretty crazy to me how big these areas actually are, right? If you think about how long it would have taken to build these places, and... Well... yeah, they did do quite the good upkeep on these as well. I mean, obviously they're empty now, except for enemies and stuff, skeletons, what have you. But they're never really destroyed. I mean, they might be in disrepair, but only to a certain degree. So it's clear that they were kept very, very well, right? Very good upkeep. Once again, I just... I mean, it's cool that these catacombs exist as dungeons, but wouldn't it be awesome if there was like 1 or 2 places just randomly that you could find that were still active in a way, with NPCs that don't attack you, that you can talk to about what these places are, how they function, all that neat stuff. I don't know. I feel like that would make the world a lot more interesting, instead of everything just being this destroyed and abandoned stuff. Do I have to... Oh well. This is a very long elevator, by the way. Which might suggest that it has a second... not entrance, but a second place where you can go back out. Sometimes feels like places with a lot of verticality like this sometimes do have like a second connection to the outside. Okay, before I do that though, let me go back here and let's actually finish with this. I'm kind of sorry, I know that I'm jumping all over the place, but yeah. Wait, how do I get this back? Oh, okay. Somehow I just didn't expect those outside paths to be as long and big and awesome as they were. Okay, I don't think that I've missed any sort of pathway here though. Golden Rune 12? Wait, is this the first time that I found a Golden Rune 12? I thought that 10 was the max. Maybe I'm misremembering. At least these die very, very quickly. Otherwise, I feel like they could be very annoying. As is everything that doesn't die very quickly. Oh, right, that's what I was why I was thinking that there were two paths. Because there are, it's just that they are here. Or maybe not. Maybe this doesn't actually continue anywhere. Praise the fire. This looks a bit weird. This is just sort of a moving texture, isn't it? I mean, it's very, very difficult to depict lava in general, so don't want to, you know, criticize them too much for this, but wait, does this... There is a path up here. There seems to be a path down there as well. I just don't know why. Wait, what's this small section about? Okay, so I guess you're meant to drop down here. That looks weird, doesn't it? There is like a solid structure, it seems like, beneath the wavering lava. I wonder if it's supposed to look like that. That looks like it's sort of a texture beneath the actual lava that's not actually meant to be seen, for the most part. Also, is that a missing texture over there? Or is that supposed to be snow? Oh, that's the earth tree. I think that's supposed to be snow. It's just, yeah, not very high resolution at this distance. But I think that's the giant mountaintop that people have been talking about, or items have been talking about, what have you. This is a pretty impressive looking place. This bit could be some sort of giant boss fight as well, right? Almost looks like a boss room, except for the fact that obviously you probably can't walk in this lava. Or at least not all the way through. I feel like I've potentially gone the right way first, which wasn't actually my plan. Somehow I thought that this was going to be the optional area, and the other way was going to be the correct one, but maybe I misjudged that. I mean, it's not a big deal. I can always return to the other thing as well. It's not exactly difficult to get to. Again? Are you kidding me? Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate it that this attack sometimes just doesn't hit properly. Holy shit, you have a lot of HP. Yeah, I mean, this clearly had a woman's head. So, there definitely has been some altercation or something that was made to the other one that I saw. Cave? Some cave. Sorry. Wait, am I meant to go over there? Or this looks as if you're gonna die. Maybe not. Wait, can you actually walk? It looks as if... Doesn't look as if it would be possible to walk all the way over there, right? Yet somehow I think it actually is possible to do that. Be wary of necessary item. What kind of necessary item? Also, are those lava snakes? What's up with those guys? What a weird place. I guess I'm just gonna go over here. Why is there a blood stain there? Did somebody die in here, or... You know, actually walking through the lava, there is something to this texture that is just very strange. To where it... that guy almost killed himself. Like, you're almost getting a bit dizzy looking at it, walking through the lava, or at least I am. Huh. I do need to remember to take that other route as well. Clearly, it seems like I've missed something. Also... Oh, that's... I think somebody's mourning or something. I guess this must be the correct way to continue, potentially? Praise the life. Whatever that means. Wait, is it? This doesn't actually look like it goes anywhere. Oh no, it does. Okay, so this leads upwards. This seems to be the correct way to go then. I'd assume. And those snake things outside are probably potentially hiding another item or something? Snake heads look really cool. I wonder what this place looked like. This must have been some giant courtyard or something, right? I wonder what this place looked like without the lava. Wait, I can't target them? Are they just sort of... Oh, now they come. Okay. Can you please? Man, I hate it. Somehow the game just didn't do what I wanted it to do. That was weird. Man Serpent's shield. Oh, cool. Oh, there's an item on its head. Somehow... Oh, there's like a delay. I didn't know that. So if you press L2 really quickly, you go into the stance, but like it takes a while for your character to go out of it again. I didn't realize that was a thing. Be wary of death. I guess there must be multiple enemies in here. Ooh, a lot of geckos, okay. I wonder... I mean, theoretically, you should be able to go over there as well, right? Because the lava doesn't look any different, but I feel like the game will kill you if you try to. Ugh. I hate that they're jumping around so much all the time. The problem is that the Death Blight actually does accumulate quite fast. Faster than I would like it to be completely honest. Also, it lingers. Makes it even more deathly. Because the one time that I did die to it was when I didn't realize it was still around. Okay, so this seems to be, well, the end, basically. Oh, fuck. Well, clearly they didn't fix the AI. I mean, I don't think they ever wanted to. Maybe it's even been purposefully designed like that, but I still think that it's really weird. If you alert multiple foes and then one of them dies very quickly, the other one will go over to where the first one died, even though technically it had already seen you before, or you'd assume by its behavior that it had already seen you before. But it'll just go over to the one that you killed and sort of awkwardly look and, you know, as if it was saying, why did you die, right? Sort of to investigate why their fellow gecko died. But they reacted before, so yeah, it's just kind of weird. If they would react immediately by sort of going to the place where a certain, you know, if you fire your magic and the second enemy that was not targeted by you would have... Wait, let me do this very quickly. If the second enemy would sort of have... Ooh. They explode? Also, I should take a look at the... My mimic just going ham doesn't even care that the guys explode. Oh yeah, you don't... That wasn't very bright. What was I saying? Yeah, if they would react immediately with sort of the same reaction of, oh hey, you know, something attacked someone from somewhere. Ah, shit. Well, guess I don't really need that item. But yeah, if they would react the same way, it would be fine. It's just sort of weird that they only react like that if you... Oh, right, I can throw the holy pots. They only react that way if you... If you actually kill the other enemy, which is... I don't know, it's just weirdly inconsistent. I don't know why they designed it like that. Commoner's headband. Well, that's a weird item to place there. Let's take a look at that. A headband that holds cloth in place. There are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. I think that's actually the headpiece that's connected to this, right? The cloth garb. Which, interestingly enough, isn't this what you get from Patches the first time you meet him in that cave? I think it was. It's kind of neat that now we finally get the connected headpiece, I guess. Oh, right, and then I have gotten a shield. The Man-Serpent's shield. Small copper dome-shaped drown shield carried by the Man-Serpents of Mount Gelmir. Said to have been tempered in lava, it boasts great resistance to fire. That's cool. I always hate that they only have like 75% damage negation. I feel like that's just weird. I mean, I guess the implication is that it's This just leads back down to where I came from, right? I guess the implication is that it's a small shield, and theoretically your enemy's attacks would basically not only hit the shield, but you as well. I think that's sort of the idea behind it, but I also think that it's sort of weird. Try target lock. Oh, because you can... This will despawn my mimic, though. I'm not entirely sure why they let you summon your mimic here. This is where I walked up. This is the place you can summon, so... Oh, that's another serpent. I was slightly confused there for a second because it looked weird. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. Ooh, it's a whip serpent. Oh, that looks awesome. Cool. Not necessarily difficult to deal with, but that was a very cool animation. Those open windows are weird. Usually if something is left open like that, it either leads to a different part of the level or it loops back around. Potentially. Okay, I assume my mimic won't stay with me through this room. Maybe it does. Oh, that's a normal fog wall. I was slightly confused as to whether or not there was an enemy there, but... Can you please not destroy things all the time? These guys. Can you deal with that? Thank you. I definitely expected to be attacked from the side or something. What the fuck is going on there? What is that? Ah, shit. I wanted to get rid of my holy pots. What the fuck is that? Is that a sorcerer serpent? What happened to you? Whoa, okay. Well... What a weird thing. I mean, yeah, these guys are very reminiscent, or not only these guys, but a lot of things have been very reminiscent of the things out of Bloodborne's DLC. This doesn't necessarily look like a throne room, though, right? With all of these staircases as well? I wonder if this was... I mean, it must have been the throne room of this entire thing at one point, right? It is a pretty interesting throne. My mimic's still gonna stay with me, or is it gonna appear? Okay. Wait, there is a teleporter here? Why is there a teleporter here? I wonder if this transports you to some sort of boss room or something? Octopus? What? Be wary of Monarch. Once again, strange choice that they just place a teleporter at the end, more or less. You'd think that... Man Serpent Ashes. Oh, cool. You'd think that they would let you, well, walk to the final encounter with this place. If it is the final encounter, it might be something completely different. I don't know. Yeah, I'm really struggling with these teleporters. On the one hand, they allow for very varied levels, right? Because then they're not entirely constrained by having to like build the levels around the, I don't know, available space in the open world or whatever. I honestly think it's just, unfortunately, a tiny bit cheap. Holy, what the hell is this? Guess you're meant to jump down. Okay, before I do this, let me actually go all the way back and check out the remaining sort of parts of the level that still exist. If I can go all the way back, now that I think about it, can I even? I mean, there was definitely one other room or thing that I still wanted to take a look at. But yeah, I mean, for me, the teleporters always sort of take away from the awesome feel of everything being connected. They certainly have their place if they're done in like a very sort of, I guess, interesting way. So, for example, the place is called, I think it's called the Full Belfries, right? Where there's like 3 very special teleporters that you have to unlock with special stone sword key things as well. You know, if they're designed like that, where they're truly something special and, you know, something clearly unique within the world, then I think it's definitely warranted that they exist, right? But how the hell did you... That didn't even look like he properly shielded against that knife, but whatever. But yeah, that's a thing that I'm really not quite sure about. Yeah, if they're placed in some sort of special location and are clearly something that makes sense within the world, right? So you can sort of go and say, oh, those special teleporters at the Four Belfries, they might have been built by people from Raya Lucaria, by powerful sorcerers who maybe discovered, let's say, the floating ruins, right? Or at that point, it probably, well, they clearly weren't ruins. They were still an actual floating city or something. Hey, a Crimson Tier Scarab. Oh, right. Also, I should actually read the description of the ghosts that are gone. Slightly increases recovery of flex. Okay. Well, that's not really that beneficial. And let's also take a look at this guy. Spirit of a deformed man-serpent that wields a whip of magma. It is said that long ago the elder serpent that dwelt on Mount Gelme devoured a demigod, and the birth of the man-serpents followed. Okay, so there's some sort of giant serpent on this mountain, and it killed a demigod? But yeah, in that particular case, you can sort of go, oh, well, that was done by powerful sorcerers, and they specifically placed these teleporters here for a reason, right? They placed them there to essentially make themselves be able to access places that they might want to study or something, right? And it was their form of transportation. Wait, doesn't this just lead back to where I originally came from? Why are there so many bloodstains there? Oh, wait, is this the, No, it's not. Wait, is it? Yeah, that's the checkpoint that I found earlier. Why are there so many bloodstains here? That's weird. This just loops back into the cathedral. Huh. Do I want to rest? I'm a little bit annoyed that I don't have any FP, but if I rest... everything will respawn. Let's not do that. But with teleporters like these, they feel kind of arbitrarily placed, right? They feel much more like a gimmick placed there by the developers rather than somebody, within this actual world going, oh, I need a teleporter here for very specific reasons, right? That's the only complaint that I have. For example, the teleporter chests. Those do make a lot more sense. I still wish one of them would not transport you to the capital. I feel like that's a bit too much, since it's this very elusive endgame area, right? And the Earth Tree is this very special thing all throughout the game, sort of towering over the horizon, constantly being seen from everywhere, right? So it's a bit weird that they specifically decided, like the one transporter chest that transports you to that one cave in Caelid, that is expertly designed. Because not only does it transport you to a very daunting and like interesting place that you have not many, clues about from the start of the game, but it also transports you into a cave. So you don't even know that you're in Caelid at that particular point, right? And only if you're actually able to fight your way all the way through Caelid, or not through Caelid, through the cave, right? If you manage to get out, only then do you actually see, oh, hey, I'm in Caelid, right? And then it's still like this awesome moment of, oh, fuck, where the hell did I end up, right? Whereas the transporter chest that leads you to the capital is sort of weird. It feels way more as if it's spoiling the endgame area, and it also transports you to a place that literally has a site of grace right next to it, right? So it's not even a trap in that sense. It's just a transporter. It could very well just be a teleporter as well. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of these teleporters. I wish they would have... It's fine that they exist. I just wish that they would have... maybe not put so many into the game. I wish they would have, held back on them a little bit. I mean, obviously, I still don't really know where this one leads. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Did I just run by this door earlier? Oh. Well, never mind. I guess I found the shortcut, didn't I? Still don't necessarily want to respawn all those monsters, though. But at least I unlocked it now. So if I should die... Wait, what? Wait. This is the place where I was, right? It has a second room, or second stage, or whatever. Okay, I'll go right back. That's what this leads, potentially? Or at least, if you put these many teleporters in, give a reason for why they exist. Maybe place some items next to them that indicate, hey, that's why they exist or something, right? Wait. Why is there only this one guy here? That's eerie. Huh. I expected some sort of trap or something. Great. You get the stone sword key back that you used originally. Okay, cool. That honestly... I don't know. Oh, this leads... What? This just leads back here? Well, that's underwhelming. You could even go in here from this... What? Am I missing something here? Wait, this is the same place, right? Yeah, this is just back here. I guess it's just for the stone sword key. I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of this whole thing with that they're doing where they are placing areas where you can use the stone sword keys really, really close to places where you can find them. Well, the biggest reason why that's a weird concept is because you can also buy stone sword keys, which makes it sort of not special anymore, right? The only place where the stone sword keys were actually sort of rare or where it was somewhat difficult to come by them was in the first, I don't know, let's say 20 hours of the game. Afterwards, they're completely irrelevant. It's a bit of an odd design choice. Instead of just placing the stone sword keys randomly in levels, I wish they would have put actual puzzles, right? Instead of having the fog doors that open with the stone sword keys, I wish they would have put just an actual puzzle, right? Maybe something where you even need clues from the environment or something to get through it, so that it's like actually more engaging. This way it feels a bit arbitrary, and as I said, the stone sword keys are so easy to come by after a certain point in the game that it's just really not that interesting anymore. Okay, see, I could go down here. There seems to be some sort of door there. Or I could try jumping over the cages. It just doesn't look like I would be able to go to the opposite side from here necessarily. There clearly seems to be another entrance over there as well, right? Maybe let's go here first. Maybe this will loop back around or something. And might actually do that. That's a serpent. I'm really running low on items here. Or rather, resources, not necessarily items, but I do have a little bit of healing left, but I'm definitely missing FP. You know what? I have these. Never actually used them. Let's see what they do. I have way too many of them anyways. I did use my flask already. Let's maybe craft... Ooh, wait, these use the ritual pods, the other ones. I didn't realize. I should probably equip the ones that I need to get rid of the other ones, huh? These ones. Cause buildup of frost. Do I wanna... I don't know. These are always not that great. There's definitely a bunch of other stuff that I might have to sell at some point as well. Wait, this actually does give you quite a lot of FP, I feel like. Still no frost? Oh, for fuck's sake. Either he's very resistant to that, or... No, wait, is that actual frost on him? Ah. I half expected the other guy to hit me with a spell right there. think the effect of the meteor thing ended. Okay, so that basically gives you a full FP bar, more or less. Just takes a while. Well, it's kind of neat. The frost, I'm really not sure about. That's just kind of weird, isn't it? I think he was frosted. I felt like he was. Does this cost FP? No. Well, that's just a... Wait. No, these also use the ritual pots. These cost 10 FP. These cost none. I just realized, though, these scale with strength. That is interesting. I never quite was aware of that. And I was always slightly curious why they were pretty sort of bad in terms of their damage. I guess that explains that, huh? These scale with faith, though, so they should be quite a bit more potent. Do cost FP, though. I mean, these all use the ritual pods. I wonder if I should go with... I mean, these are also always great. I only have 3 toxic mushrooms, though. Let's just go with these for once. I want to see how good they actually are, and equip them as well. That's another thing. I wish it would actually automatically switch it over, right? If you completely consumed... well, I guess... I guess that would be a bit weird if you always want to use sort of 2 different variants of the ritual pots. Would be a bit dumb to sort of force the player to deal with that. Dagger talisman. Okay, so this is definitely chained up. And this leads down to the other item. What is that talisman now? Enhances critical hits, okay. The dagger and the surgeon. The white-garbed field surgeons come to the aid of friend and foe alike by dealing a finely deadly thrust to spare them from the prolonged agony of a mortal wound. A sense of mercy is the catalyst for bloodlust. By the way, isn't Foray technically also one of these surgeons then? So is that why he is sort of pushing you towards doing PvP? Because he wants to essentially kill... Or, like, if you fight other people and you're not quite dead yet, he then just comes in and kills you off, basically. I wonder if that's sort of something he is a bit... like, if he... like, likes to do that a lot, and that's why he sort of wants to do that all the time. Ooh. For a second there, I thought that would hit me again. I wish I had a spell or an incantation that gave me back HP. Likely tree? What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, a Runark. Well... I don't really want to activate a Runark at this point, considering that I'm almost dead. Okay, that's the door that I went through earlier, right? So you can... Basically, you can just go down here first, or you can come this way. But either way, you'll end up at the same point, more or less, I think. And these bloodstains really aren't inviting. I hope I can deal with most of the stuff without having to jump down fully, because otherwise this is going to be quite difficult to deal with. Wait, am I even all the way down yet? Where the hell am I supposed to go from here? Yeah, ranged battle does seem like a very good option. Okay, let's actually use another one of these. Okay, they're pretty, bye-bye. No, shit. Oh, I still hit him. Okay, I think there's one left. Yeah. Can I, like, get you somehow? Question being, this still looks pretty high. Are these guys alive? They are. Wait, is he kidding me? I very much like that spells are able to basically go all the way down. Because this would be impossible with a bow. Or a crossbow. I don't just want to jump down and possibly die. Okay, never mind. I mean, this is an optional area, so it must be mainly about the items here, right? Okay, there is one other guy. Ah, for fuck's sake. Guess it might have been the last one. Oh, that's my feet. For a second there, I thought there was like a slimy enemy of sorts. There is another door to the left. This is a very, very dark area. Fear all the more left. Seedbed Curse. Wait, this is a key item? What? Curse grown on a body defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Seedbed Curse. So the Dung Eater is actually like an NPC or something, or a person, whatever, that's named at the very, very start of the game. I don't think I've really heard or read a reference since then, though. Prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree. Okay. This looks like it might lead back up to the actual level, potentially. Why are there two doors here? The other door. I don't think that I've missed anything. This might just lead to another item then, huh? I always expect there to be new enemies as well. I hear something. Maybe? Maybe that was the fire. Fucking hell. Royal Knight's Resolve. Okay, very cool. Somebody must have been really proud of this painting if they placed a chair right in front of it. The painting itself, I don't think that's what it always looked like. What's going on with the lighting? I wonder if somebody, like, drew on it on purpose? It looks like somebody might have almost sort of gouged the eyes out of the painting. It's rather a quite interesting look. Also, all the serpents there at the top. I wonder whose chambers these were. Where does this lead? Does this lead back to the manor? It does, doesn't it? Holy fuck, that's a cool connection. Okay, so in a way, obviously it had to loop back to the manor at some point, but this is awesome. Especially since it's sort of depicted as an optional area, and you're kind of, you know, it's very dark, it's very ominous, you're low on resources, and then you go back and bam, manor. That's awesome.
Hello again.
Yeah, I know. Huh. That is an absolutely stunning connection back to this place. I wonder why that spirit there all the way at the end constantly appears and disappears. Shouldn't he just stay here until you've dealt with Rykard? Which is presumably what he was talking about? Okay, so then the other... Well, now it also makes more sense that this chamber exists, right? If it's so closely connected to the manor itself. Though I do wonder what they did here then. And where does this go? Likely safety? I'm not too sure about that. Ah! Okay, now we're actually on the other side of the big bridge, where that one item is that taunted us the entire time. Okay, so now I think I should actually heal. That is interesting, though. So now it actually looped back to where I originally thought it would loop back to. We do still also have the teleporter, though. So let me actually quickly rest at the site of grace here in the manor, and then I'll take a look at the that Iron Virgin and everything down there. Also gives me a chance to catch up on these guys. I don't necessarily think they will have anything new for me. You don't. Patches didn't either. I don't expect there to be anything new up here as well. That was the only sort of remaining closed door at the manor here, right? I don't think there was another one. Another closed door, that is. I mean, there is another closed door, but that's just the one room to the left that you can access via the hidden path behind the walls. This one. I wonder if you can actually miss her being in her serpent form. Probably not, though, right? That seemed way too deliberate. I suspect she's just standing in that room in the serpent form until you talk to her. I think.
Well.
Okay, nothing going on here. See, now he's gone again. That's weird. There was this one other door, though, that I wasn't able to open. That was technically still on the other side of the bridge as well. Ah, for fuck's sake, now they all respawned. Completely forgot about that. Ah, well. It's not a big deal. They're really not difficult to deal with. They make a lot of noise and can be quite daunting to fight in the dark, but other than that. Okay, maybe going here will give me a slightly better grasp on this whole place. Ah, fuck. I always underestimate how slow they actually do their stuff. Of course. I knew it. Of course it was just gonna kill me. Yeah, I got stuck in its rain. Okay, so this place actually does look like it's not continuing. So ultimately I think you're supposed to take the teleporter. Does make me wonder though about, see, now he's back. I don't really, like, what's the purpose of that? If he's always returning, then why does he disappear in the first place? Kind of unnecessary, but alright. Maybe there's a reason to it, I don't know. Maybe it's to prevent some sort of quest line bugging out or something. What the? One of them actually hit me, are you kidding me? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Sure, buddy. He's gonna grab me again, isn't he? Ah, almost. Well, that was quite unnecessary. Also, why did I bother to fight the Iron Virgin in the first place? I can just hide in the doorway. Completely forgot about that. Also, this place is quite dark without you activating the light. And the frame drop here is pretty annoying. Okay, come here. Huh. Interesting. It's not actually attacking you as long as you stay in here. Oh, that's weird. Oh. Wait. They don't get damaged by that? Interesting. Well, now... I halfway expected it... Well, it does clip through the wall, but I expected when it throws the thing at you, I halfway expected that to clip as well. And it does, I think. Pretty sure. Where did it go? Whoa! See, that's what I mean. Maybe it's not the smartest idea to fight it in here then? Because now I can't see it, and it's definitely gonna clip through the wall at some point. Oh no, never mind. It just completely fucks off. God, I hate it. I hate that when you mess up the sort of timing ones that you can completely get screwed over. I mean, obviously that's the point, but definitely not a great feeling. I do wonder what all these cages are about, technically. Did they really experiment on people, or... This is another instance of FromSoft going a bit overboard, I feel like. The amount of cages and corpses in here doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like, even if you're somehow gathering a lot of corpses to sacrifice to some serpent or whatever, this is still an obscene amount, and possibly an amount of people that wouldn't even exist in this type of world, right? I mean, and the reason why I say that is because obviously this world is magical, it runs by different rules than our world, but still, at least sort of structures, for example, these castles, small villages, and all those things, they do still tend to, at least, are suggested to work pretty similarly to our, let's say, Middle Ages, right? It is, in a lot of ways, still a somewhat typical fantasy setting. Also, for a second there, I thought, see, if you look at my character now, it looks as if my legs are invisible, but I'm just standing in a way where it completely hides them. Anyway, it's still somewhat, well, obviously not entirely realistic, but definitely, you know, if we sort of follow typical, let's say, fantasy rules and assume that so and so many people lived in this castle, so and so many people would live in this entire world, even assuming that structures have been destroyed and all that kind of neat stuff, I think the sheer amount of dead bodies that you can't come across, especially considering that, you know, most of these also look like they've been somewhat recently killed, just doesn't really make any sense. I know it's just atmospheric stuff, right? It's just detail for the environment, but sometimes I wish they would have gone, like, again, with the less is more approach, and maybe put in more sort of typical environmental details. I mean, they do have them as well, right? I mean, there is a lot of rooms that just have tables and chairs and weapons maybe at the walls, or these caskets and boxes and stuff. But yeah, the amount of bodies and things, again, I know that it adds to the atmosphere, but I also think that it takes a little bit of the immersion away, at least for me, because it seems like it's not entirely thought out as to what it's actually supposed to represent, right? Especially with these cages, for example. You would think that the room that I just went through with the cages where you jump down on the actual cages, that looks like a room that might have been used to actually trap these people, right? And to maybe prepare them for some sort of ritual, or prepare them to be sacrificed to something. But if you already have that room, then maybe you would have another room to store additional cages or something. But you wouldn't just throw them out here, right? And everywhere, basically. That's not really how a place typically works, right? And I know that it's very difficult, especially if you consider the size of this place. It would be really, really difficult to come up with a reason for why all of these rooms necessarily exist. That being said, though, I still think that sometimes they're just going a bit overboard, and they're going more for spectacle and sort of grandeur, right? Making these landscapes enormous and putting in enormous rooms and all that stuff, right? Enormous cathedrals and whatever. But they do tend to struggle to fill them up to a certain degree. And I know I do think it's a bit nitpicky, but at the same time, I don't know, makes me appreciate a game like The Witcher 3 a lot more, for example, where it does feel like they've actually put thought into how a city would be designed. That being said, The Witcher 3 also obviously has a lot of buildings you either can't enter, or that are fairly empty, or are also just full of copy and pasted interiors, basically, right? And to a degree, in a big open world game, you can't do that any differently. But it does still feel like they thought a bit more about what would actually be realistic. The same thing goes for, or rather, not the same thing, but both Skyrim and Oblivion operate in an entirely different way. I feel like where they're purposefully kept sort of small in scale. So if you look at the cities in Skyrim and Oblivion, for example, they are smaller than an actual medieval city would be like. At least to a certain degree, right? And they also probably contain less people. Witcher 3 solves that in just spawning in random NPCs that you can't interact with, that just fill the scene, basically. The same way GTA fills its world. Whereas Bethesda, with the Elder Scrolls series, went for the approach of every or most of the NPCs actually being unique NPCs, which is quite a feat, right? But it also means that the way their towns are populated isn't entirely realistic either, because typically they have not enough people. And it all seems a bit sort of scaled down in a way. The same way that MMOs do that typically. For example, Final Fantasy XIV, to come back to that, does scale down its cities quite a lot, right? And its environments as well, where it's sort of suggested by looking at backgrounds and stuff that environments are much bigger, but the play space itself is not very large at all. Which is obviously necessary because it needs to be loaded in. Every person, especially in an MMO, also needs to be loaded in, right? All that neat stuff. So you're very, very limited in terms of size there as well. I do find it interesting how Elden Ring does it. Elden Ring has a very cool design in a lot of ways, but it also clearly cuts corners in a very obvious way, which, again, not necessarily a bad thing. Obviously needs to be done by every game. You know, it's just, you can't get around that. That's just what it is. And it's, again, not a big thing or not a big deal, but sometimes I do wish they would hide it a little bit better. Or maybe that's just because it's sort of with FromSoft games in particular, they're sort of their own biggest enemy, because the environments are often very well detailed, at least everything from Bloodborne onwards. You know, it's not really true for Dark Souls or Dark Souls 2 at all. But everything after that, from Bloodborne forwards, was very, very finely detailed. Often in a way where they copy and paste a lot of environmental details, and that's completely fine. With the way they set with their environment, it's still very, very atmospheric, and it sort of adds to the whole atmosphere. Especially in Bloodborne, for example, where there's just an insane amount of gravestones everywhere, right? But it does work in Bloodborne because, you know, it sort of takes place in somewhat of a dream world, in a way, right? You're never quite sure if it's the actual reality that you're walking through. So it's fine to take some creative liberties with having like a million different gravestones everywhere, right? Here, though, you're struggling to come up with reasons for why this might look like this, right? So yeah, just a small thing to think about, I guess. Okay, so now let's actually get back into things. I did unlock the shortcut here, so I would be able to go back to the teleporter fairly quickly. There is still that one door, however, that for some reason only opens from one side. I mean, that can mean everything and nothing, right? Depending on where the teleporter takes me, it might mean that... Is there something below here? No, I don't think there is. Okay, so I already went that way. Is there another way here? No. Those are just solid walls. It's just... the place where the locked door was... that was quite close by, wasn't it? Isn't that right around the corner here? Yeah, it's that one. I wonder if there might be a place that I missed. But I already jumped down there, and that just loops back to everywhere I've already been. The wind-up of that really is way, way longer than you think most of the time. I hate that you can get stuck in the fire. Oh. But I mean, I checked everything there already, right? This is just this one tower, I feel like. Yeah, these are just telling you about the item. That's definitely no way to get into the tower. Very, very hard to tell. What the fuck? What was that about? It's just noping out. But I mean, I can always come back here anyways. Either it's hidden behind like a hidden wall, or you can't actually access it. I mean, I don't want to have to deal with all these enemies again, to be honest. Maybe I'll keep that for later. Maybe it's something that'll open up. Well, I don't think so. The thing is, the teleporter takes you into basically the opposite direction, doesn't it? So, I'm really not quite sure what that would be about. And that's just a death trap. With some wrongly shaded light shafts. Or whatever. Huh. Now that I think about it, well, I guess it depends on where the teleporter leads, right? Because I just realized it's actually not that easy getting back to it. Because there's quite a lot of enemies here. There's like 2 serpents here, and then 2 other serpents in the other room. Especially this one. And then there's the big sorcerer's one here. Seriously? Okay. I thought for a second I would still be able to be hit. That would have been strange. Okay, so this just... See, this is what I was afraid of. So this just immediately leads you to the boss room, basically? That is weird. Especially considering that there was this whole other cave system that was really, really extensive and actually physically connected a couple of places, right? Audience pathway. So why did they suddenly feel the need to teleport you here? And once again, I think, well, maybe I shouldn't, like, maybe I shouldn't judge this quite yet, because I haven't encountered the actual boss. But, this doesn't necessarily feel like it's a connection that makes sense, right? Why would you... So we basically went from what appeared to be some sort of throne room and a teleporter behind that to this cave. Maybe you could come up with a reasonable solution as to why there would be a teleporter connecting these two places, why maybe the throne room where the king or whoever ruled this place would have had to have a reason to quickly enter this cave, maybe as some sort of escape or whatever, or to do some secret studies, right? Obviously, there are reasons you could feasibly come up with to explain why this teleporter exists, but yeah, really, really not the biggest fan of this. So also, for a brief moment, I saw the boss room there, I think. Okay, I guess let's just look at this place, shall we? Is there something else that I wanted to try first? I mean, the thing is, except for that one locked door, which again, that's this tower here, which I think is weird. Maybe I missed something really obvious there, but it didn't really feel like there would have been a connection to, like, from this tower to the outside or something. It felt a bit weird. And the teleporter is here and teleports here. Like, why didn't they... I don't know. The manor is this place, right? This entire building is the manor. They could have had some sort of connection from this building to this one, right? I mean, why chose a teleporter for this? Or choose? Did I say chose? Okay, so this place looks awesome, by the way. Serpent Hunter. Well, geez, I wonder if that's the weapon that I need to kill the boss with. I mean, maybe it isn't. I don't actually know, but I assume it is. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Obviously it is, right? Isn't that the weapon that the spirit that I complained the entire time constantly vanished and then reappeared? Obviously that's the weapon that he placed in here. I wonder how he did that, but okay. So, I mean, theoretically... I kind of hate that I went in here with 30,000 rules, but whatever. Theoretically, I guess it would make sense to have a teleporter to this place. I mean, this seems to be, you know, a cave that has been built up as the Serpent's Lair. I don't know. Still would have been way more impressive, because now it feels completely disconnected to the manor and everything else, right? They go to enormous lengths to establish this huge castle within a volcano with a bunch of lava and everything else, and then disconnect the boss room from the entire thing. I don't know. You did a quest that gets you to the boss quicker, so they wanted to give you a backup way to it. Oh, well, okay. Well, it's fair. I mean, I know that it's, you know, it's just a very, very small complaint. The boss room is absolutely awesome. So, it's just... It's just weird, because they connect other places so expertly, and then suddenly they're kind of, let's throw in a teleporter here. I do wish... maybe Maybe if there would have been some sort of item description or whatever that explained, hey, you know, we had to hide away our Serpent Lord, so we established like a teleporter connection to it, right? Maybe not as obvious as I just said it, but okay, let's take a look at the weapon. Serpent Hunter. It actually has no attribute requirements. Okay, well that makes a whole lot of sense. Great Serpent Hunt. Weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. So the serpent isn't what it used to be. Which is, we already heard that it apparently... I mean, if it was this serpent, I assume it is, that devoured the demigod. Unique skill, Great Serpent Hunt. Perform a powerful forward lunge and follow up with an upward thrust via additional input. When fighting a great serpent, a long blade of light will appear, revealing the armament's true power. Well, I mean, I guess I have to do that then? Let's see. Does it even weigh anything? Oh, it does. It does weigh quite a lot. I wonder if you're forced to use this against the boss. Well, maybe not forced to, but doesn't this clearly sort of, you know, it's definitely a negative point for characters with very low endurance, right? It shouldn't be too much of a problem, though. If I unequip these two, then it should probably be fine, yes. I wonder if it's... I have the skill anyway, right? Oh, I completely forgot that I already summoned my Mimic. Well, I guess let's try. I wonder if I even have to kill it. Well, that answers that question. So... Oh, okay. Seems to be that my Mimic can't actually damage it, if I see that correctly. Whoa. Is this all that I have to do, or... Ooh. Did not expect the poison. Also, the range is quite insane on the weapon, to be completely honest. It does look like it's sort of almost as if it would be a critical hit that I'm dealing, but it's not actually getting some sort of animation for it. I did think it would deal quite a bit more damage compared to this. Oh, well that was... not a lot of damage, interestingly enough. And also... a bit weird in terms of the iframes. Oh, shit. I completely forgot that it doesn't let you damage it if it's grabbed with your Mimic. Did I still hit it? I think I did. I mean, is that all? I sort of expected there to be something else that happened, I wonder if maybe you don't always get this weapon right away? I don't know. It's just... I feel like I'm missing some sort of point here. A little bit. Maybe. Or is there some sort of second phase? It actually looks kind of cool with the head sort of... Oh. Is this the... Like, what was his name? Rykard? Is he sort of part of the serpent? Ew. What's going on with the arms? Okay, so if I do this again, I might want to hold off from my... Yeah. Might want to hold off with my Mimic for phase 2? Okay, his voice acting is great. Together. That's great voice acting. Okay, let's see if this still works, though. It does. Huh. Is my range bigger than his? That would be quite fun. Well, now he can actually walk, though. Oh, and he has what flames? Oh, and he gets rid of all the pillar things. Oh, I completely missed that. So this weird flame thing is sort of constantly going through the room then? Yeah, my Mimic's probably gonna die. Whoa! Oh, am I up against the wall? Ooh, that was a weirdly delayed hit. Oh, there's like giant skeleton heads and what have you. What the fuck is that? I did not expect that to hit right in front of him. Ah, for fuck's sake. Now that's the annoying part. Oh, well, that's bad. God together. Okay, that's a really, really fun voice acting. Okay, so first phase still kind of weird though. If I have to do it again. One thing that I might want to do is potentially equip the Starlight Shards, because I'm not entirely sure I'm able to actually... I'm not quite sure if I have enough FP to deal with him. There's something else that I could do. I wonder if... Does this thing actually have... Well, the problem is it scales with strength, apparently, which is a bit... So since I'm a magical character... Or... Wait. Is there a way to change its affinity, maybe? Because that might make this a whole lot easier. Nope. Oh, right, since it has the unique skill, right? Then you can't change that stuff. Well, that's unfortunate. I wonder if I go with this. Will it... Do I have something else that raises my strength? I wonder if that counts as a charge attack. The thing that you're doing with the weapon. I mean, this is damage negation. This doesn't increase strength. Poisoning or rot in vicinity increases attack power. Technically what he does, I think, counts as rot. Although, maybe it doesn't. No, technically, wouldn't it be the not Mount Gamma, the Flame of the Giants, what he is doing? Well, that's unfortunate. Enhances charge attacks. Charged attacks are the R2 ones, though, right? I mean, I could just go with increased vitality if I wanted to. Or is there a spell of some sort that would help me? Not really, right? Boosts non-physical damage negation. Vastly boosts fire damage negation. I might try this. Not entirely sure if what he does counts as fire damage, though. And then I'll potentially try to keep my Mimic for the second phase, though the first phase might be a bit annoying. Also, if I two-hand the weapon, I wonder if that increases the potency as well. Oh, the talisman is both R2 and L2. Ah, well, I'll try it again this way, and if I still deal not a lot of damage, I'll just try to maybe go with the other talisman. It's just a bit weird. I wonder if, like, if you have a lot of strength when encountering this fight, I feel like this might be a lot quicker. Because I have to say, this first phase is really not that interesting. Oh, he does that twice. Ooh. Oh, for fuck's sake. The charge really takes a long time. I'm just sort of... I mean, this phase really isn't the most interesting thing that they could have done for a first phase, I feel like. It's a little bit of a problem that I thought Renala had as well. Oh, why am I at the wall already? God, for fuck's sake. Also, last try, I didn't actually realize this thing could already move as well. Oh. Out of FP. Always fun to getting stuck on the environment. And the game not really telling you when you're close to a wall. What the hell? Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. It's weird that he even has this poison attack when he so rarely uses it. Oh. Well, that was something new. Ugh. Did they have to make this first phase last so long? And now I have to collect my runes every damn time. Where did I lose them? Man, I really wish they would pull the camera back a lot more. I think that would actually enhance this fight quite a bit in terms of fun. Oh right, didn't I say I wanted to try the other talisman? Oh well. Also, evading its attacks really is more of a... I mean, I guess... more of a struggle with the camera than anything else. I wonder a little bit if you have to... you probably want to target it, right? I don't think that it would help much to be untargeted here. Oh, no third follow-up this time? Also, it is quite weird that it consumes FP. I feel like this can be quite annoying depending on your build. Ooh, that was not great timing on my part. Hey there. Oh, yeah, that was... Didn't expect the, Also, I wish it would be a bit more consistent as to when you're actually, getting sort of the break or where he stops attacking and when that doesn't happen. Because you can get quite unlucky where it's like 2-3 frames, I feel like, sort of after your attack, and then you still get hit even though you did it fairly well. Okay, is that it? Do you actually have to go up against him and hit him again? No. One thing that I didn't even try is just hitting him with the R1, now that I realize that. Oh, why am I watching this? Okay. Just to distract him. See, now they're pulling back the camera. I didn't even realize that before. So in this phase, they're actually pulling back the camera way, way more than in phase 1. Why not do that in phase 1? I think it might have been because they wanted to make phase 2 more epic, right? It certainly enhances sort of the epic feel of the fight, to have the camera be backwards a bit more. But I don't know. I think it's a bit of an unfortunate choice, all things considered, to not do that in phase 1 at all. I mean, they could still go with the more sort of drawn back camera for phase 2, right? Doesn't mean, like, just because you're doing it for phase 1 that it doesn't work again in phase 2. Oh. Oh, I did not think he would turn to me. That's a very delayed move. Oh, it's cool. It does consume sort of the environmental stuff, though. Wait, my Mimic has the... What? Why didn't my Mimic do that earlier? Rykard's Great Room. Remembrance of the Blasphemous. Did my... Okay, are you telling me that my Mimic the entire time never once thought to actually utilize the weapon that I'm holding? And then suddenly said, okay, now I'm gonna do it. Oh well, whatever. It's certainly a very, very epic fight. I'll give him that. The visuals in phase 2 particularly are pretty awesome. I circled. And the... What's up with these messages? Oh, they're probably on the destroyed pillars, right? Very, very cool boss arena. Definitely a very cool boss design. Though I do sometimes wish that they would scale down their bosses a little bit. Like, either make the camera pull back a bit more, make the bosses a bit smaller. They don't always need to be this big to be epic. I mean, the visuals do most of that anyways, right? The coolest part during phase 2 is definitely when he sort of draws his entire flame thing, and the sky sort of, or the ceiling becomes this magenta storm, and then he slashes down with his one big hit, and well, everything sort of goes back to normal. It's very, very epic. It's a bit too easy to avoid that attack compared to other bosses as well. Maybe it's just because I'm used to the delayed attacks more at this point. I mean, it's certainly also because he's so big, right? You can very clearly see when he sort of moves down his weapon. The thing is just that usually most other bosses have had what felt like 10 follow-up attacks after that, whereas this one... Well, I mean, I guess it's... I struggle... I don't want to call it a gimmick fight. Obviously, it's still a very cool fight, but with the special weapon that they give you, you know, it's not a quote-unquote normal boss in that sense, maybe. I wish, though, it's the same with Renala, right? Where the first phase is a bit too underwhelming. I guess it's still it does a good job of introducing you to the mechanics of the fight, more or less, to the setup in general, because it doesn't change too much from phase 1 to phase 2. The attacks obviously change, but the basic setup, you can sort of get used to that in phase 1. I don't know. Is it because I'm not that because the weapon just doesn't scale with my attributes very well, because I haven't really leveled strength at all? Or also, maybe one thing that I didn't even check. I guess you could possibly upgrade this thing as well. I wonder if you can. Because if you can, then I probably made it a lot harder on myself than it needed to be. I should probably check that now. The boss room's pretty epic. Boss room's pretty cool. Though again, I wish they hadn't used the teleporter to get here. I mean, it's fine if there are other ways to get here, and this was sort of the better way to design the entrance. And okay, I can get behind that. Obviously, I don't know what the other path would have been. But still. Especially considering how well designed the rest of the area is, right? That, not in terms of the visuals are absolutely stunning in this place, but especially that very, very long cave network from Volcano Manor, or from the sort of inside of the volcano towards that outside, like, what was it called? This cave here that leads you to the Virgin boss fight, and then outwards here somewhere. That's a very, very awesome cave network, and the fact that they have that, but then utilize a teleporter here is just a bit unfortunate. I know it's a very small thing, but it's just a bit strange somehow that this sort of almost completely unimportant cave network gets this really, really cool connection with this really great view when you exit the cave, and the boss fight doesn't get that. But again, it's sometimes it just works out this way. Can you hit it though with normal weapons? Because the only reason I tried to only do it with this one is because it seemed like my mimic wasn't even dealing damage to it. So I just sort of assumed, oh, you have to use this one. The range is obviously a big plus, right? It's basically, you just press L2 and it always just hits. Also, it can break its poise, right? Is what it does. So you sometimes get an additional free hit. It is very weird though, because I'd actually have to go back and count, but felt like it was about probably 20 to 25 hits or something that I needed to do. Wait, I can check probably if I have 126 FP, and one charge with a weapon is 10. And I don't know. I think I used both of my flasks, right? Well, it's actually not that many hits then, considering that it's 2 phases. So it must have been about 24. I used the small flask as well. Must be roughly 40 hits about both phases, so 20 per phase or something. Which I guess it's fine. It's just a bit unfortunate that it's the same, like literally the exact same thing every time. I know I could have probably, or should have probably also used the R1 more. Oh, maybe I should have just used spells then, to be honest. Although, yeah, with the lava, no, might have been... I don't know. I guess I could try that on another playthrough or something. I mean, if they give you a special weapon for a fight like this, I like to use them, because it's just something different, right? I mean, I'm using my normal spells all the time, so why not switch it up for this fight? But yeah, it does just get a little bit tedious. I guess I don't know, should have given you a reason to use more different stuff with this weapon, or to make it... Well, I don't know. I mean, the range trivializes it a little bit. I don't really know what else you could have done, considering that it is quite a big boss. I guess it might have been more interesting if the boss wasn't just its head, basically, right? I mean, obviously it's a big serpent, but the only thing that you're really targeting and hitting is the head. So maybe had they done it in a way where you need to... Maybe it was more... If it was more Hydra-like, and you had to chop off heads individually or something, that could have also made Phase 1 a little bit more interesting, if that is what you were doing in Phase 1, right? In Phase 1, sort of your task would have been to maybe hit different parts of the boss. Maybe even in a way where you sort of had to run around it, although that also can end up being tedious. But something like that might have made Phase 1 more interesting. And then in Phase 2, I mean, the boss is pretty cool. Visually, it's really, really awesome. But I guess ultimately... Might have also been more interesting, instead of using FP, if the weapon would recharge by, I don't know, plugging it into one of the pillars or something. If you had to run to one of these, stick the weapon into some sort of contraption or whatever to imbue it with magic and then hit him with it. I don't know. This way, the fight feels great, mostly in spectacle and the visuals. Less so in gameplay and sort of attack patterns and stuff. Yeah, one shot. I did expect the weapon to deal quite a bit more damage than what it did. That was definitely a bit weird. One-shotting it, yeah. Yeah, I do think that maybe not one-shotting, but if you build up a fight like this with a special weapon, I think it should be less about the actual HP bar and more about hitting it in particular places, or maybe during a particular animation. Maybe it does, like maybe after the big attack in Phase 2, there's like a big opening and then you have to hit the boss. Something like that, right? Where it's more about, I don't know, timing it correctly, rather than, oh, I'm just sort of hitting it the entire time and that's it. Oh, so I can just, yeah, that's what I expected. I should have probably just used R1 the entire time, huh? Oh well. It was still fun. I mean, the weapon feels very powerful. So in that regard, it's also a pretty awesome fight. Like, hitting a big boss like that with your weapon and just sort of slamming down is pretty awesome. And it's very unique so far for Elden Ring. I mean, I know that they've done it in the past, obviously, but for this game, very unique fight, so that's pretty good. Okay. Now I should probably take a look at the... Well, first of all, I want to switch back to my actual weapon, which is this one. And my crossbow. Although I'm not really using it anymore anyways. Also, I didn't even know if this came into play. If it did, probably not much. And then back to this as well. Okay. I did get the... Did I get a key item? No, I only get the... I got the rune, and the rune isn't activated yet. Wait. I got a great rune. Right. Huh. Is there even a divine tower here where I could activate it? Didn't really expect one of these to be here. Oh, there it is. Rykard's Great Rune, devoid of any benediction. Also, wait, that's the... Why do these two look so similar? Shouldn't the line be somewhere else? Seek the divine tower of West Altus, which stands upon the precipice at the coast southwest of Landale. Oh, okay. I forgot that these literally tell you where you have to go. Well, I guess that makes sense. For some reason, I thought that tower would be connected to Landale. But now that I really think about it, in the capital itself, we probably won't necessarily get another Great Rune, right? Because technically, those are the things that we need to collect beforehand? And the remembrance is here. I very much like the design, though. I mean, in a way, it's a bit similar to past FromSoft bosses, I feel like. You know, having like a huge thing with a huge sort of one-handed sword seems to be a thing that they like doing. But the design of the boss itself is really, really cool, especially with the cutscene where the snake sort of, you know, dies and the head falls or twists, right, 180 degrees and falls down. And then when it goes back up, it never twists the head back around. And then suddenly the face opens its eyes. It's a very, very cool way of sort of introducing a face on the back of the head of a snake. That was pretty awesome. Not entirely sure why. I guess all the hands inside of it suggest that the sort of the snake is essentially built up of all the people that have been sacrificed to it, right? That's why there are all the hands. And I mean, with all the dead people in the boss room, obviously, you know, a lot of people were sacrificed to this thing. It's a pretty cool detail. Bit too much on the gore, maybe even, but very, very cool. I still have the doll. You mean the little Ranny? I don't think it works anymore, though, since she deactivated it. I thought that it would activate again after I met her again afterwards. Apparently it doesn't, but for some reason I still have it in my inventory. Didn't I get something else? Oh yeah, the some body piece. This one. Round circle draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. What is this doing in the boss room? Huh. Maybe I should talk to Gideon again? I guess now would be a good time to do that? Why exactly is this here? Or was here? Did I miss anything else? I think it was just the code, right? It was sort of randomly lying somewhere. I even tried to get it while it was still stuck in the lava. I don't think there was any sort of body connected to it though, right? Anyways, where do I want to go first? Oh, Alexander's still here. I guess I want to take a look at the mana first and see if they comment on what I did. In a weird way, I think we never really found out if or how they're even connected to the snake. The reason we're killing people for them... Wasn't that about the snake?
It's true then. You've
defeated
our lord.
Yeah, sorry about that. Or, never mind, I guess it was a good thing.
Our lord was yet weak. You have taught us that. Defeat is not the end. Our lord is immortal, and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I must stay the path and do my part. I will leave the Volcano Manor before long.
Okay.
I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer.
So we defeated their lord. They're still sort of grateful because that meant that we were stronger anyways, and so they're basically saying, oh, well, if you're stronger, then I guess our lord wasn't that important. Nah, I mean, I want to try to find most things out for myself anyway. Well, the problem is that I definitely don't have all the pieces, I guess.
Perhaps we will meet again along the path. This is facts.
Okay. It's just sort of... I just now realized, by the way, the picture in the back actually has hands on it as well. What I think are hands, so that's a very neat detail. I mean, it was their lord, right? So basically, the people that we were supposed to kill presumably would have then been used to be fed to their lord. I mean, otherwise, why would they want that? Or why would they want to kill people? That's also why they're abducting people, right, with these Iron Virgins. It's just sort of... Well, first of all, I find it interesting that you don't really have an option. Or seemingly don't really have an option. I mean, I don't think you can... You would be able to sort of negotiate with that big serpent guy thing. I assume that's always just a boss. I mean, I guess there might be other ways to get to it, or, I don't know, maybe other quests or other objectives. But these guys leaving probably means that we won't get any new tasks, potentially. Hi, how's it going? I would say pretty great. Just defeated the big serpent boss here in Volcano Manor. We get an emote for that, my thanks. Strange thought. Sword. I wish he would have sort of explained a little bit more about himself. That seemed strange to me in the first place, that there would be this spirit here telling you, oh yeah, by the way, I placed a weapon there to help you kill this lord, yet at the same time, you're also kind of in the manor that is connected to the lord and have been invited to the place.
So, you killed Rykard.
Yeah, Rykard.
But you know ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But any road, the Volcano Manor is no more. Though we may yet fulfill an old promise. We hunted our own kind, and took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erd Tree.
Just a bit confused, why exactly are we giving up this manor? I mean, it's a cool place. We could still use it as a base, even though your former lord isn't here anymore.
Preator will hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning.
I wonder if we can summon him at some point. Maybe not necessarily for the last boss fight or something, but...
Oh, greater will, I am the recusant burner. We refuse.
I mean, if he wants to kill the greater will / the two fingers or whatever that means, would be pretty cool, not gonna lie. She potentially already left, I assume? Well, that's a bit of a shame. Or is she somewhere else? Should I go look for her? I had hoped to be able to talk to Raya again. Maybe get a little bit more information about what they're now planning to do. I mean, if everybody's leaving, then... She was the one that was trying to get new people here, right? So...
Now you've gone and killed Rykard.
I did.
You scheming little bastard. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well, here I am, untethered, once again. Goodbye, my friend.
As if you were really tethered to this place.
What is it? Oh, come to make a parting donation to Patch's Emporium?
Not really. Though I guess... No, I'm pretty close to 2 levels, I think. I wonder where he goes. I don't think that's the last that we've seen of Patches. Yeah. Tell me where you're going, then. I'll come and buy something. Maybe. I mean, if it's... I guess there's a lot of missable stuff, right? Depends on how important it is. If it's just like a small encounter or something, then sure. I don't really think there would be anything else here that I can still do. Unless Raya is hiding somewhere, but why would she... Oh, well, then again, she could change to a serpent form, right? So I guess technically she could... Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, where would she go? I don't think that she would necessarily hide here somewhere. I mean, okay. Going back to the boss room. Technically, now that I think about it, she never really explained that all too well, but I assume that Rykard technically might have been sort of her... well, father or something? Did they ever say that? I mean, that's always a bit strange. We meet her, and she's like a serpent, but she's friendly towards us. And then you go into the rest of the castle, and the serpents are all hostile. Always kind of makes me wonder why that would be. Oops. Sorry about the table. That was not my intention. I guess... well, I wanted to rest at the site of grace anyway, so I might as well just teleport back to the boss room. And then I probably should also... wait, was it this one? No, this one. I should probably also take a look at the round table hold. Well, that looks gross. I guess that's what she was talking about, huh? The fact that he would rise again. Oh, that's his face. Wait, is that Tanith or... Ow, that looks creepy. Sounds are also...
Oh, you...
Hi.
Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast, and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
Well, you certainly still have some task ahead of you if you're actually trying to eat this thing. Ew.
Dear Rykard, I wish one day...
So she's trying to rise as a new... But I have the rune now, right? So even if she inherits some form of power, becomes a new serpent, whatever... wouldn't she still be a lot less powerful? Because I now have the rune, or did the rune have nothing to do with him being a powerful serpent? Quite an interesting scene, though. I suspect most people probably wouldn't go back to the boss room, right? I mean, there isn't really any sort of reason to do so, unless maybe you'd get a hint somewhere. Okay, let me see. One more point in intelligence. Oh, actually, I don't have enough. I'm at 84,000 runes for a level up? Holy shit. Do I actually want to... Right, I potentially wanted to change my leg gear, which might require a bit more endurance. Would probably feel like a bit of a wasted level, but whatever. It's also interesting, I wonder how long she'll actually stay here.
Oh, you. Allow me some... Our lords...
Because I halfway expected her to, once I rested at the site of grace, to not be here anymore. I assume everybody else has left now, potentially? Ooh. Tonic of Forgetfulness. What is that? Tonic in a small brass vial. Banishes distress and bitter memories. A gift bestowed by Rykard, sworn to blasphemy, to Lady Tanith, who unfortunately had no use for it. My lord, there could be no greater distress than to forget you. Why exactly would she leave that behind, though? And why would Rykard have something like this in the first place, or gift her something like this in the first place? As if he knew that he might walk down a path that she didn't or wouldn't like, or maybe he knew that he wouldn't necessarily be successful in what he was trying to do. That still seems to be... It's a very specific thing, though. There's something else in the boss room, then? But I suspect that something will lead you there, probably, right? I mean, technically, there should be something leading you back there, otherwise you would never see that scene, right? I mean, it's very unlikely that you would actually go back to a boss room like that. Oh, this guy... What's with the sword? Oh! I can learn the skills from the sword? Oh, well, fair enough. That's curious, though. Why didn't they just put another one of these... what were they called? The things that you can give to the twin maidens at the round table hold? You could have also just dropped that instead of placing this here. I mean, in a way, I guess it makes sense that a sword could also teach you these things, but... Well... I guess for the time being... I will take a look at the... Wait, did it say... Oh no, never mind. Before I spend the runes on another level up, I'll actually take a look at the remembrance and what it gives me. Ooh, that looks interesting. So you can either get his sword. For some weird reason, one thing that I definitely don't understand is why some of these remembrances require additional runes to acquire the items. Most of them don't, for some reason. That seems very random. I don't know. You would think that if you have the remembrance that would be enough. Why then require additional runes? But, I mean, it's just sort of weird. Rykard's Rancor. So that's what the magic that he used during the fight. Releases searing spirits that repeatedly explode after delay. The terrible power of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Summon searing spirits that leave a trail of the late explosions in their wake. I mean, skill didn't seem too bad, but especially against fast-moving opponents, I wonder how useful it'll really be. These spirits manifest from the rancor of heroes who met a violent end. The Lord granted them an audience, whereupon they were welcomed by the maw of the great serpent, and within the serpent's bowels they became the Lord's kin. Yeah, which directly explains all the hands sticking out from the serpent. And then we have the blade. Looks pretty awesome. Sacred Sword of Rykard. Remains of the countless heroes he has devoured writhe upon the surface of this blade. Now they share the same blood, bound together as family. Some HP is restored upon defeating an enemy. Ooh. Huh. And the unique skill Taker's Flames. Raise the sacred sword aloft to set it ablaze with blasphemous flames, then bring it down to fire off a forward blast. The flames steal HP from those they touch. Also sounds very, very cool. Depends on how long it takes to really, like, if it's the same sort of time it takes to go off as what the boss uses, then it's a very slow attack. I mean, the HP restoration has always been kind of cool. I think was it Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 1? I used the ring for quite a while that could also restore HP when defeating enemies. That was always very useful when you're sort of normally traversing a level. Because it would obviously make it so that you didn't have to waste so many Estus charges sometimes. Not as useful in Elden Ring, I would think. Might still be a very cool weapon, though. Yeah, for the second one. Though, if you want to get the second one, don't you have to go to one of those mausoleum things as well? So, there is, like, yet an additional thing that you have to do, right? It's just so random. I would assume, like, if every one of these items would require runes to get, okay, fair enough, right? But it's just some of them. And I just can't get behind why some of them require additional runes and most of them don't. It's a very, very strange decision. I mean, I probably won't use any of these two. Let's go with the blade for now. I'm more interested in that, and maybe get the other one at another time. Also, since I have a bunch of runes left, I probably just want to buy the rest of this stuff. Because otherwise I'll probably forget about it. It's a bunch of runes for stuff that I probably won't use as well, but who knows? Also, if I do a New Game Plus run on this character, it might be cool to have more stuff to choose from. Okay, now I wonder if Gideon will possibly comment on what I did, or comment on the fact that I found that one rope in the boss room. Nope.
The two fingers you may be up. Preator Rykard is the Lord. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors. Revile the volcano, Mount Gelmir. It was the stage of the most appalling. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy.
That's the same thing he's always said. I wish I could ask him about that body piece that I found. Did he send someone in there to know about Rykard? Gideon is a bit of an awkward NPC, to be honest. Like, at the beginning of the game, he, for a very long time, doesn't talk to you at all. Then at some point, I think after you acquire the first Great Rune, he basically comes up with like 7, 8 different dialogue options that tell you about all the other stuff that you still have to do in the game, and then afterwards he never changes his dialogue again. I mean, I assume at some point he will, but I mean, I get that he's meant to be maybe a bit of a, well, not tutorial, but certainly a bit of a place to go back to if you've maybe forgotten what you're meant to do or something. And that's fine. Yeah, it's just, I wish they would sometimes do a bit more dynamic stuff with the dialogue. Even if he doesn't tell you much, right? He doesn't necessarily have to answer the questions that you ask him, but the fact you can't really talk to him at all, especially since he does still tell you about, oh yeah, Rykard is this guy in Mount Gelmir, yet you can't really tell him, yeah, by the way, I've already killed that guy. Would have been fine if they could have just, you know, put in one line of dialogue, oh yeah, cool that you dealt with what I said, what I told you. Okay, she also says the same thing. Yeah, he could just sort of say, oh, you know, cool that you dealt with what I told you, and just, I don't know, maybe the Rykard dialogue option would disappear since that's done now, or something, right? Also, one thing that I wanted to check. Can you actually strengthen that Serpent Slayer thing? I guess you can. So I assume had I done this, I could have brought this up to like +9 or something. Technically, I probably would have done about twice the damage per hit. Well, not twice. Yeah, though. If it scaled somewhat similarly to the other weapons that I've upgraded, it probably would have went from like 100 and what does it do? 140 to like 220 something. So one hit would have probably been substantially more hurtful. If that's how it works, that's still weird though, because then they basically require, well, not require you. Obviously, they don't force you to do it, but it's strongly suggested to use this weapon, right? And to upgrade it for just one boss seems to be a bit of a waste. I mean, I have enough of the stones, right? I could probably just... Didn't have to upgrade it to +9. I could have done... I have 1 +9 stone. Yeah. If I had upgraded it to +8, I still would have had, or even +7, I would have had more than enough stuff to upgrade other weapons as well. Maybe I should have actually done that. Not that it is really necessary, but I honestly thought that it wouldn't have been possible to upgrade it. Oh, Gideon gives you items as well. Yeah, I think he... But that's the thing, though, right? He gives you a bunch of stuff, I feel like. Well, I don't know if he... Did he give me a lot of items? He definitely gave me something at some point. Maybe it's a bit weird because they expect you to go to the plateau quicker than I did. But even then, I mean, I already used the Grand Lift. I guess I just didn't go far enough to trigger whatever he's talking about. I don't know. It's just so very weird because he specifically talks about, oh yeah, go to, you know, kill Rykard, kill this guy, and then you do it and he just doesn't acknowledge it at all. And then what I expect will probably happen at some point is that he'll probably go through a bunch of changes back to back, which was, I think, especially when the things happened with Fear, right? So when Rogia developed his weird curse thing, and D talked about that, and Fear ultimately killed D, that also felt weird, where I did, I probably triggered something. And then there were basically changes happening back to back, right? There was like one change to the dialogue, then I rested at the site of grace. There was another change to the dialogue, I rested again, another change to the dialogue. And then for the longest time before that and after that, nothing changed whatsoever. I feel like they should sort of maybe stagger these events a bit more. I guess they don't always expect you to go back to the roundtable hold, but I think it would have maybe been better to make it so that it doesn't actually reset on you resting at the site of grace, but rather that you have to teleport out of the roundtable hold and teleport back in. Although maybe that's even how it works, and I just purposefully teleported back in. I don't remember. It's definitely a bit weird. I know I mentioned this a couple of times as well. It's just, I really, really wish they would go away from this sort of weird, quest states change on you resting or resetting, right? Or like loading or whatever. And instead make it so that they would be more sort of dynamic depending on the events that actually happen in-game. I don't know. This way it's very predictable though, so might not be the worst thing. But it is very, I don't know, sort of a bit. I think I called it archaic at some point. It's definitely, compared to, I guess, more modern quest design, it feels a bit, it's a bit weird at times. Okay, I need 78. Wait, didn't I? I guess I could have leveled up one more time. Whatever. I need 78,968. I think I should be able to get to that. Do I have anything duplicate to sell? I thought I saw something. Oh yeah, the shield. Not that it's worth much, but... this is fine. Okay, I should have... Wait, do I actually have enough? I thought I had more. I guess I could get rid of this one. I always kind of wanted to keep it because it has the unique description. And again, I wrote it down. Although, I still wouldn't be able to get to 78. I thought I had a bunch more of these runes, to be honest. 78, that's over 20,000 missing. Yeah, I don't really think that I could get that with selling consumables either. Oh well, whatever.
Greetings, are you here for spit? I can hear it from across a howling, and you should keep your... I know you should...
That's also still... It's been quite some time since that other door opened, and nothing really happened with it. Okay. Well, that means I can still do the requests for the mana, though. I wonder if I would still get new ones if I did those. Wait. Also, Rykard is actually still mentioned as an NPC here. Well, judging by his state, he is technically still living, I guess. That is very interesting, though, that he's still mentioned as an NPC on the map. All the other ones are gone. Alexander's still here. Okay, I guess I did everything. There's still this weird one door that I was able to open. But honestly, I really don't feel like searching for a way to do that currently. Yeah, probably want to do that at some other point. Well, I guess I'll just continue my normal exploration then. Always feels kind of weird after these big sort of milestones that, oh, now I'm returning to this mundane catacomb place and clear it out. Okay, the Divine Tower is somewhere here though, right? Or here? Is it this small island here? It might be. I wonder how difficult it would be to get to it. I mean, well, I don't really need the Great Rune, so it's not a big deal. I wonder why they chose that loading screen, by the way. Obviously, it doesn't really give much away in terms of Volcano Manor. It doesn't really spoil anything at all, but it is still quite a striking image. Though then again, it was pretty cool going into the manor and actually discovering it for the first time. Oh no. So what are these big... Ooh. I have a feeling there will be one of the chariot things here as well. I think, isn't it even down? Why is it not moving? Or is that not it? There's definitely something down there. I never really like entering these places with a bunch of runes, but I guess I can't really do anything against it now, can I? Ah, now it moves, okay. Oh, that looks weird. The way it loaded in the back wall. Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? Why does it turn around immediately? Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I have to reset it. Oh, maybe I should take a look at this. Yeah, the B-side quivers, I know. No, nothing here. I do very much like the design of most of these elevators, though. I mean, obviously they're completely unrealistic, considering that this probably would be like a, what, 200 meters tall stone pillar or something that's moving as well. But obviously it's magical, so, you know, doesn't have to specifically make sense in that regard. But I do like how they're designed, right? Because this almost looks normal. It doesn't even necessarily look like an elevator. Could very well be just a normal sort of pillar in the middle of the room. It's a pretty cool design. Okay, so I guess I just have to run as quickly as possible to the first set of side doors there. It's a bit of a weird choice, of course. Bye-bye. Oh, seriously. Oh, it died from the lava, I think. Okay, when's this thing turning around now? Turning around here? Whoa, what the fuck? Why are they making so strange sounds? Aren't they skeletons? Oh, that's really funny that they're dying from the lava. Why do they sound like some weird beast thing? Okay, where's the next room? Over there. Ooh, that looks, Wait, what are you supposed to do at the end there? Oh, he's going... Probably need to wait until he goes back up again. Oh, okay. This just continues. I wonder if you can actually move through that lava. You probably can, right? Just a question of... I don't think that you can typically deactivate these chariot things. But then again, I think I'm gonna go this way first. Interesting that there are only these, well, I say only, but mostly these more normal enemies here. Ugh, I hate the hitbox of the torch. Always feels a bit weird. Oh, he has some sort of flame thing. Why? Somehow, I'm always more concerned when there's these normal enemies in places. Because somehow it always feels like they're setting you up for some sort of surprise or, you know, some sort of really, really powerful enemy at the end. Is that one of the normal... normal traps that you can deactivate? Yes. Okay. Ooh. Is this, why was it glittering so much? I thought the, well, I mean, it's a +7 or whatever, but didn't remember them sparkling so much. Is that a dead end? That one looks like the chariot's driving there as well. Another one of the guys hiding somewhere? Huh. Ah, there you are. I see you. Oh, there's another one. They're always really, really sneaky. Damn it. He got stuck on the pot on the floor. Sorry about that, bro. And of course, I get stuck on the wall. Oh well. Well, that wasn't really worth it. I swear, it was... Honestly, it would be really fun if there would be some sort of karma system for the messages. Like, if you put up a wrong one and too many people sort of discover that, then you would get, I don't know, some sort of debuff or something. Wait, is that the same chariot, though? Did it go around the corner? Because if so... I might be able to do something here as well. I think it did, didn't it? Or maybe not? I'm really curious if there's something there on the right side. I mean, there probably is. Are there 2 chariots, though? I think I already tested these walls, right? Yeah. That's something I haven't seen so far. Okay, so I can hide there at the right. It kind of depends what's up there, right? It's also weird that it turns here already. Let me get this first. Suppose there's going to be another skeleton? Yeah. 2, actually. Well, that's a very small one. Bye-bye. Yeah. I wonder if it can... It doesn't look like it would be able to drive to the left there. But it also doesn't look like I would be able to actually make that. Oh, never mind. It probably... is this another place where you can jump down? I think it might be. Maybe? Not directly, though. It's probably quite difficult to hit that, to be honest. Oh, okay. Alright. Something else here? No. The one thing that I kind of don't like about the these dungeons with these big chariots in them is that it's slightly hard to keep track of where you're going. I mean, obviously that's kind of the purpose of the whole thing, which is pretty cool, honestly. Because they're forcing you into certain pathways, right? That you don't necessarily would go to at first. Like that's pretty awesome. Is this one of these assassins that I fought at one point in time earlier? I think I can sneak up on this guy. Oh no, never mind. It's one of these knights. Not a very strong one. It didn't look like that at all from the back. Ooh, and you actually get his armor. And Gelmir's armor? Wait. That name definitely rings a bell. Who's that again? That's also quite interesting. Suddenly, randomly, you get the Bloodhound Knight armor, even though I've actually fought quite a lot of them already, right? Maybe this will tell us a bit more about why they even exist. The Bloodhound Knights are trained as hunters and known to be unshakable trackers. Without the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once the decision has been made, the knight stays loyal for life. Okay, that's why they're called hounds then? Because they almost work like a dog, in that sense? I guess this all says the same thing, huh? And then we have the Gelmir stuff. Quite the awesome helm, by the way. Worn by knights once loyal to Preator Rykard. That's why the... Oh, right, it's Mount Gelmir. How the fuck did I... Guess I kind of blanked out on that for a second. Its crest of red feathers symbolizes Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son. So these are just his normal soldiers then. Looks pretty awesome. Bears an emblem that none were any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from lofty ambition into gluttonous depravity. As the lord lost his dignity, so too did these knights lose their master. Sometimes I'm just slightly curious, so... Pretty much next to Volcano Manor, down where Alexander currently sits. Those knights that fought against the Fire Monks were quote-unquote normal capital knights, though, judging by their armor. Why would they be so close to Volcano Manor in the first place? If that wasn't actually their domain, so to speak. It's a bit weird. Maybe a little bit of an oversight, but... I mean, technically they could have still been there, right? It's not that there couldn't be any explanation at all as to why that was, but... just a bit strange, I feel like. One thing that I do want to check, though, is if maybe these look very cool. Okay, so they would give me... these look a bit broken. Both of them would not get me to heavy load, though. Obviously, they have much worse resistances compared to what I'm currently wearing, but... yeah, these don't match my outfit at all, though. Not at all. Let's check out the other ones. They do look a lot better. They're actually pretty cool. The problem is that they're obviously more silvery compared to the more golden yellowish body piece that I'm wearing. Not bad though. Has a very similar aesthetic overall. Oh, oops. I think I'm gonna go with this one for the time being. Even though technically, well, it does lower my resistances and whatnot, but I don't really care that much about that. It does give me more poise, a little bit more physical resistance. Not that that matters much, honestly. My defensive stats are, well, they're mostly dependent on my level anyways. I don't know, let's just go with it. It definitely suits the rest of my armor better than what I was wearing previously. Where the hell does this lead? Brood resin. Oh, are we... What? Oh. Wait, where'd the chariot go? Oh, there you are. Are you kidding me? Are you supposed to jump on it to be able to ride over the lava? Oh, that's awesome. That is actually awesome. Though, what is this weird ring doing here? Only thing is, I kind of want to check out this. Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here? Mantis blade. Chariot almost seemed confused there for a second. Yeah, I think you can actually only traverse this by standing on the chariot, apparently. That's pretty awesome. What was this guy doing here? What a random enemy placement in a way. I mean, kind of cool secret, I guess. What's the thing that I got from it, though? Never mind. This thing. A curved sword with a blade at both ends, wielded by the cemetery shades, the insect-ridden gravekeepers. Insect-ridden? The blade is thin and sharp, and strong attack unleashes a far-reaching slash. Insect-ridden? Why insect-ridden? Seems like a very unusual connection, especially since there's these weird black shadows? How the hell are they supposed to be connected to insects then? Okay, I guess I have to... At least they make it very, very easy to go back to this place. Which makes sense, all things considered. I do want to take a very, very quick break though, because I need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Alright. Let's do this. I wonder how well this works. Somehow I have a feeling that this might be either very finicky or, I don't know. It's probably completely fine, but things like this, sort of never quite sure. Ah, serious. Also, this jump in the first place seems to be quite weird as well. Okay, where do I have to go specifically? So it turns around. So you want to basically jump down this way, it looks like. I wonder if you could theoretically walk through the lava, if the chariot would be there. Ooh. That's awesome. This is actually awesome. Okay, so I guess you do have to jump off though. Ugh. You're sliding just a little bit though. I think you can certainly sort of accidentally fall off if you don't pay attention to it. There's also a couple of sort of site areas as well. Holy shit. That actually... Why did that... Do you just generally get a bunch of damage if you jump in the lava, or was that some sort of awkward hitbox interaction there? Don't necessarily think that you're supposed to take so much damage there. Very, very cool idea, although obviously, you know, the fact that this lava basically exists on like a non-flat surface is a bit weird. Wait. What? Aren't these the doors that usually require you to activate a switch somewhere? That's interesting. Also, does this lead... Okay, yeah, this leads pretty much directly to the boss. And there is a respawn point, okay. Well, that's fair. I was wondering about that because that would have been pretty annoying to go through all of that. Not necessarily because it's difficult, but because it takes time and is finicky and... I don't know. Okay, I don't have that much healing left. I have a ton of runes in my inventory, which is annoying. But I don't think this should necessarily be too difficult. Let's see, I do have these still. I mean, depending on what it is. Sometimes the thing is that these enemies can sort of overrun you a little bit. I mean, I've had instances where like I almost died because I summoned my spirits and stuff. Yeah, I don't think it was the lava either. That wouldn't really make any sense, judging by how the lava worked so far all the time. I think I must have sort of awkwardly hit the side of the carriage or something while jumping down, which is precisely what I was afraid of earlier, that there was going to be some awkward interaction there. It's a very, very cool idea. It's pretty awesome that they let you ride on those things. Especially, it's such an awesome progression. That's always when they're at their best, right? That you have these moments of, like, first you encounter these chariots as something sort of unbeatable, right? Of course you can outsmart them by running into the right direction, but you can't turn them off, you can't kill them or anything, and then suddenly you can ride on them. It's a very, very cool sort of evolution, and a very neat idea, but it does sort of highlight, though to be fair, most games struggle with physics interactions like that, which is usually why they, most of the time in instances like that, they sort of have some sort of special animation or something where the player character gets probably locked into sort of a joined state with the item they're interacting with, whereas here it seemed like they were just sort of letting it happen based on the physics engine that they have, which then just can sometimes lead to weird interactions. But that's not an Elden Ring specific problem. A lot of games have that. Oh, you can kill them. I never tried, honestly. They probably have a bunch of HP though, right? Well, then again, wouldn't it be pretty annoying though? Because you have to wait for them to come. Okay, I guess I want to try that then at some point. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, Red Wolf of the Champion. It's another one of these. These are usually awkward to fight. Because outside I usually fought them with, I usually fought them on my horse. Oh, he doesn't, okay, never mind. Doesn't have a lot of HP at all. Bye-bye. What? Not entirely. I could just do this. Can you stop throwing stuff at me? You're supposed to help me. Bloodhound Knight Flow? Okay. I'm still confused by the amount of HP that some of these enemies have. So there are literally wolves like this in the open world that have more HP than this one, I think. Kind of weird. Not gonna lie. Wait, they can only die through one shot? That's not intended though, right? Or I guess it's... well, maybe it is. It's probably specifically for that sort of case where they... where their path is blocked or where they run into each other or something like that, yeah. Okay, so it's like a specific death rather than you're meant to kill them, sort of, by hitting them a bunch of times, because that would be awkward, I think, if that would be possible. It's actually been quite some time now that I think about it that I got a piece of Death Root. Wait, where is it? There it is. Still absolutely no idea what these beast clergymen, or what that beast clergyman wants to do with these. I guess I'm gonna keep giving it to him. Okay. Well, that's this place done. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna quickly, since we got it, why not? Let's go over to Grank. Grank. And give him the Death Root. Yes.
Strange. There's something else.
Something else.
But the death yet quenches. Bring
Okay, so whatever this is doing to him seems like we're getting close to whatever it does. Also, there's still this guy on the outside that I need to kill at some point. I don't remember what level I was the last time I attempted this, but he almost one-shot me with every attack. And I think I was level like 89 or something? Possibly? 20 levels? I mean, I could just go in there and try, now that I think about it. Also, last time I think I didn't have the Mimic. Potentially. Much bigger question is, I had thought about leveling up Endurance because I wanted to wear some other pants. But now that I have some that I feel like fit my outfit a bit better, I might go and level something else instead. So I was thinking of maybe bringing Mind up to 25, just to have a bit more FP. Especially since now I'm using the weapon that has this magic blast, which seems to be quite OP, to be honest. Then again, I've not really struggled with FP at all at any given point. Well, technically I had that one instance of running out of FP in Volcano Manor, or the castle behind it, whatever. But that was during, like, normal gameplay, when it's not that, like, I would only really consider leveling it up if during boss fights it became an issue, right? Or during not necessarily boss fights, but fights against strong enemies, right? If I would sort of regularly run out of FP and couldn't really do my strong attacks or whatever, then it would have been an issue. The thing is really going with Vigor at this point, I don't know, I haven't really had an issue with HP for a while now. At least with the enemies, yeah, that I've dealt with so far. I never really was at a threat of getting two-shot, which is sort of my, or at least in the past was my sort of threshold when I considered leveling up Vigor again. Because I hate being two-shot by things. Most attacks didn't seem to be dealing that much damage to me, though. The thing is, though, I would think that I would level up Intelligence more, still, just to get more attack power. That does mean, though, that I would also sort of double down on magic attacks and stuff, which, again, it might be advantageous to level Mind just a bit further. You know what? Maybe I'll do something that I did in the past as well. Next goal, Mind to 25, Intelligence to 40, and I'll just sort of alternate between the two. So I'll start with Mind to 22, Intelligence 36, and so on until I have Mind to 25, and then I'll go Intelligence 40. I think that's what I'm going to do. At this point, I think it doesn't really matter that much anymore. I mean, there might come a time when I need to put a couple points into Vigor again. Whoa! Hello! Well, never mind! That was awesome timing. I did not expect that at all. Holy shit, that was awesome timing. Oh, of course, it was because I rested. It was because I rested, of course. That was awesome timing. I did not expect that at all. So he's just attacking you then, if you feed... What? Okay. Wait, is there no way of preventing the... Oh, he's also in his attack stance now. That's weird though. I thought I would get something sort of special at the end of it. Although then again, maybe by defeating him you can. The funny part is I can summon my mimic here, right? So come at me. Whoa, okay. Oh, he uses the beast stuff. Wait, what? Ah! There was an option to talk to him. Maybe I shouldn't have summoned my mimic then. The fuck are you attacking? Did I bug out? Did it bug out or something? Hello. Oh yeah, it did, because he's on the pillar. Seriously? My mimic's just going ham on something invisible? Can I should probably be able to reset this, right? And just try again? Did not expect him to be... What the fuck is my mimic fighting against? And the problem is he's lying, like, on top. Are you serious? Okay, let's see if I can reset this. I probably can. Well, that was awkward. Oh, it resets him entirely? Okay. Well, it should be fine. Hopefully. I feel like I probably missed out on some dialogue, though. Maybe. Well, that was unfortunate. Though, I guess it didn't really have anything to do with my mimic. That probably could have... That was just unfortunate. Yeah, my mimic. But the thing is, this Dark Angel thing didn't move at all. So I don't think that it was... Maybe the mimic fought some weird small guy on the outside. Okay. Well then, I guess it's still not really time to kill you then, huh? Well, now I'm really curious what happens. So he's probably gonna attack me again if I feed him another death root, I'd assume. Or maybe he just turns into something completely different at some point? Oh well. Guess I have to find another one. That was... the timing was great, though. I didn't expect that at all. Also, the fact that I turned my back to him as well, and I stood there for quite a while, didn't I? And then I guess I moved, like, slightly to the inside of the room, and then he attacked me. That was a really, really cool and unexpected change. Even though he even hinted at it, right? Clearly it was doing something to him. But I just... Well, I didn't assume that he would suddenly change like that. Which now makes me... Well, technically, if you just teleport out, I suspect he's just going to attack you the next time you teleport into that place, right? Which would be equally funny, or unexpected rather, because I guess that's why they purposefully put the Site of Grace like behind one of the pillars as well, I guess, because as soon as you sort of walk into the middle of the room, he's immediately charging at you. That's pretty awesome. Okay. I want to fight you guys. There's an item here somewhere. Let's grab this. Did not expect there to find a hut here, though. But there's a bunch of wolves sleeping here. So, ultimately, this will lead further up the mountain, though. By the way, that's an absolutely awesome sight. Oh. Bunch more soldiers. Ugh, and one of those crafted things. What's that doing there? But yeah, this mountain looks absolutely awesome. What a cool sight. Especially with the completely rotten Erd tree, or minor Erd tree here in the front. Castle in the back. Very, very awesome. Elden Ring has so many cool vistas. Not that other open world games don't do that as well. I mean, The Witcher 3 was a very good example of a game where you could basically pause anywhere and it always sort of looked like a Renaissance painting. That was also due to the fact that they used these like specific color filters, which always made it look very awesome. Elden Ring has this certain look to the world, though. I guess it's mostly because of the verticality that they're using. They're able to create a lot of moments where they have these sort of really big, open, like this basically, right? This is almost, I guess you could call it an establishing shot, right? What you typically see in, I don't know, let's say Game of Thrones, right? Where when they cut to a new area or something, or an area that we, as the viewer, haven't really been in a very long time, they establish it once again with the shot, or sometimes just in between to sort of break it up a bit. And they're really able to pull that off very, very well here in Elden Ring. Always, the very interesting thing about this is that not only does it sort of wow you in the moment, but it also can sort of, well, I guess terrify is a bit too much, but it can certainly sort of invoke a certain feeling of, oh shit, I have to go through that, right? Especially when you see stronger enemies, like that grafted thing over there, or the ogre with his helmet, those kinds of things. I hear something else walking around. They make them stand out, but also blend in. Yeah, that's probably, in terms of the world design, I feel like that's probably, I would almost say, the biggest strength that Elden Ring has. Or the most unique thing about it is how well they're able to put these environments together. Because when you look at the individual parts, they're almost, I mean, they're very, very reminiscent of what they did with a lot of the times with Dark Souls and stuff, right? Which usually has very distinct levels, to a point where I would say that sometimes it didn't even really fit. Like, there were definitely moments in the Dark Souls games especially where I felt like certain environments were sort of stuck together a little bit. In terms of the level structures, it was still awesome. Like, they the way you progressed through them worked very, very well, but thematically they felt like they were more more as if they just didn't really have the they probably just didn't really have the resources or the possibilities that they now have in Elden Ring as an open world game to really accomplish that. And so it's pretty awesome to see them pulling it off so well. Because the environments are all very, very distinct, yet at the same time still work very well together. Oops. Can you stop throwing this stuff at me? Do you want to go up the mountain first, or down the mountain? I assume going down probably loops back around, right? To the other sections that I've seen on the map. I mean, I did see another side of grace over there, so maybe it would make more sense to go there first. And yeah, in terms of blending in, that's why I also said it looks like an establishing shot, right? It's both a way to sort of show off what awaits you next, yet at the same time it makes complete sense within the world. Which is basically what an establishing shot tries to do, right? It's there to tell the viewer, or in this case the player, how it all fits together, more or less. Okay, yeah, so there is a site of grace over there. I can definitely unlock that first. But then I guess... So that path down there, I could theoretically also go. And that would lead to some other place. Whereas this, I assume, probably sort of loops back in, and I guess looking at this, there are certain environments within these stone pillar structures. And there is a mine over here. I think these are mines, right? I guess I'll unlock the site of grace here, but then go back here, because I want to finish up this part first, yeah. These background noises with the crows are kind of interesting. I guess they're meant to be sort of echoey crow screams. Pulley bow. But it almost sounds... Well, I guess that's also on purpose, probably. It definitely sounds more eerie, in a way. Also, there's a bunch of these abductor virgin things down there. What happened there? That place down there looks a lot more like everything right in front of Volcano Manor. Oh, I guess, yeah, it's because it's a continuation of that as well. It's basically the path that leads to the manor, typically, right? Except for the fact that the bridge is broken. Actually, now that I'm standing here, this is quite a good vantage point. So that's that other weird castle that's on the map. It seems to be surrounded by some toxic swamp. No idea what that is. Then we have these windmills, which I thought was kind of neat, that there are windmills in Elden Ring. Didn't expect that. Oh, there are a bunch more as well. Of course, now it gets foggy. At first I assumed those were sort of ice pillars, but I think they're actually broken trees. those great trees that we also see in the Eternal City. Or cities, rather. And then, yeah, that's the capital. You can almost see how the Earth tree sort of fits together with it. So close yet so far. Also, let me look at the weapon, because technically I am somewhat close to the Earth tree, I think, but looking at all these environments that I still have to go through here, that'll probably still take me a couple of hours. Longbow, which utilizes a series of pulleys and springs, complex mechanism. Okay, so that's the same description as the pulley crossbow. Interesting. Suggesting that the capital does have a somewhat stronger, or had a somewhat stronger focus on technology. Certainly more engineered weapons than the rest of the country, more or less. Somebody's backstepping. I just realized they're eating their fellow soldiers, aren't they? I guess it's because they don't really have anything else to eat anymore. That is yet another thing that I've sort of wondered since the beginning of the game, really. What happened to these soldiers? Like, why are they specifically in a state like this? Because they're clearly not human anymore. But it's never sort of really been explained what happened to them. Or if something happened to them at all, or they just sort of lost their will to live, or whatever. Oh. I did not expect to find a ladder like this here. Holy fuck, there's a bunch of these things. Okay. That's an interesting random ladder to find. That would be really... now I'm wondering what would happen if you... I mean, there's a good chance, right, that maybe some players never really encountered Raya, or for whatever reason they don't decide to talk to her right away or whatever, and continue this way, right? And then I assume you can sort of go this way and then loop around here. And you would probably go to this bridge, find out, oh, I can't actually go to the other side, and would maybe take the ladder up? Which would then... Oh no, but you fall down here. So it's still not really... Unless this... Well, yeah, this seems to loop back to what is essentially the entrance to Volcano Manor, right? But it's an entirely different path. And one that I don't necessarily want to engage in right now. Also, these abductive agents are fighting against soldiers over there, which is quite interesting. So what is this trying to depict then? Is the manor sort of trying to extend its reach towards the capital? Potentially? Hmm. Okay, so this will... Wait? Wait, why does this first Mount Gelmir campsite? Yeah, I'm really... It does honestly seem to be the way, because now they're even giving you the guidance of grace, right? That seems strange now in retrospect, considering that I've pretty much already done this entire place, unless it's pointing towards something on these mountains. That is rather interesting, though. I mean, judging by this guidance, I guess this would probably sort of guide you around here, unless it's pointing somewhere entirely different. That's definitely another thing that is pretty great about this game. I mean, the way the map is set up, I do think that most people on their first playthrough will probably somewhat take a similar path. Obviously not necessarily the exact same one, but somewhat similar, I would say. But there are definitely a multitude. Like, if you're a player that, I don't know, likes to take some chances, I guess, or, I mean, there are definitely a lot of people that sort of run into one direction first until they can't go any further. Then you're probably... Oh no! Oh, I thought I thought he fell down for a second. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. This seems to be pointing towards the manor, in a way. Or towards the mountain. Ooh. Okay. Wait, that's the catacombs that I was just in, right? I think. Okay, never mind. So this definitely is not an access point to these mountains. There are some dead people hung up, though. That is interesting. I halfway thought that this would be sort of an access point to have like a hidden area here. But maybe that's not actually the case. Well, I actually don't really mind that, because that means that I can just go this way and don't have yet another unexplored path to worry about. Yeah, I think I'll go up the mountain first, and then afterwards probably come back down and explore sort of this area first before going anywhere else. Okay, I don't need to rest at the site of grace. I did unlock it though. Don't want to respawn this entire camp here. Oh, I could probably just... Not really looking forward to fighting that weird grafted thing. The grafted scion, or whatever they're called. Over on the other side, but... oh well. Hopefully it's just one. So the way it's sort of ominously sitting on top of that. Yet another thing that I find really, really interesting. For some reason, even though obviously I went back and killed the first boss that you encounter in Elden Ring, which is one of these grafted scion people, you can go back there, obviously, via the teleporter and kill him. But the fact that it is the same enemy, not the same, the first enemy that you encounter, somehow makes these things, I don't know, a lot more well, frightening is not entirely the right word, but in a way, right? I feel like I have a lot more respect fighting these things than most other things, simply for the fact that it was the thing that killed me for the first time, and also the subsequent points where you encounter them. Once during, I think, the catacombs from the start, because that's naturally where you first go, right? I think I very quickly, after I found enough stone sword keys, unlocked that first fog that you see right at the start of the game, next to the tutorial cave, which also leads to a room where two of these things are in. And then obviously, you know, if you go to Stormvale Castle, you know, first, or at least somewhat close to the start of the game, there will be another one of these things in the sort of kitchen / crafting area where they cut up people, right, in Stormvale Castle. So somehow they've set it up really, really well to make these really, really respectable enemies. Much more so than a lot of other enemies. Though obviously that's a given, right? I mean, that kind of introduction can't be given to every enemy, because then the introduction wouldn't be special anymore, obviously. Also interesting that they specifically give a respawn point for this guy as well. Ooh. Okay. Doesn't have as much HP as I thought he would. Ooh. That was a bit annoying, but okay. But yeah, now they're not that much of a threat. Which mainly comes down to their HP, not HP pool not being that big. Also, they're a much better designed version of an enemy like this. The other ones that can like move really, really quickly, that are like somewhat easy to defeat, yet are also a lot more annoying, are the ones that are always close to those guys that are crawling on the ground and summoning stuff with their bells, like they're summoning these small spirit orbs or whatever. And they also have these like bigger versions with multiple arms, I think, that can like sort of stun lock you very easily. I feel like these craft designs are a much better version of that sort of enemy type. Scavenger's curved sword. That being said, I wonder what it's doing here. So these look like camps, right? I mean, the Site of Grace literally says something along the lines of first campsite. Oh. There's another item. The Scavenger's sword suggesting that there might have been people looking to clean out this place, wherever it leads. This one, Scavenger curved. Wow, that's a blade. Looks like a saw. Unique curved sword, notched like shark's teeth, or that. Weapon carried by corpse pillagers who prowl the sites of old battles. The blade is tacky with blood and covered in hefty nicks, making it totally uneven. Life can be sinister indeed. Right, one thing that I haven't really touched upon at all is that apparently Mount Gelmir, as we've been told, was the site of a big battle. Which is a bit strange, considering the terrain, right? Definitely not a place where armies would usually want to wield battle, I guess. Unless maybe the main bulk of the battle took place here, sort of in these more open field areas. That might have been the case. Also, looking at the castle from this side, I almost wish that you had access to more of these sort of, I guess, inside rooms. Right? Looking at it from this side, it feels as if there is a fairly sizable portion of the inside of the castle itself that you're not really able to explore. Not that it really matters, because, I mean, you get a fair bits of inside castle as well. Just always curious, right? The problem is that you can only do so much with these inside rooms. I mean, like, at a certain point, if the castles are this big, there's just not that much that can be done to keep it unique or interesting. And so it's definitely warranted that they sort of keep that a bit more minimalistic and don't actually let you explore the entire thing, or rather sort of suggest maybe a few things. Though once again, very interesting. They're specifically placing that scavenger sword down there, yet what you find up here is normal soldiers engaging with these marionettes? Which, depending on what's fighting what, or who's defending the mountain itself, we might find more sorcery stuff up here? Which might be why the marionettes are here. Though the banners belong to the soldiers. Oh, hello. Did not see you. He was probably sitting on that tree. It's a very cool setup in general, that they... It almost does feel like a mountain expedition. Because it's getting very, very high, and with these camps here and ladders... It's a pretty cool way to let you explore this place. Probably should have healed. Oh well. So I think there are 3 ladders, if I saw that correctly. Let's take the smallest one first. Oh. I was wondering where the sound came from. Didn't see that guy at all. Okay. There was another ladder all the way on the left, I think. I guess the soundscape has to be the mountain itself, right? This sort of low humming seems to be the volcanically active stones over there. Okay, it also looks like there are definitely multiple paths that you can take.
Welcome, dear
Oh,
customer.
hello.
Yes, right this way. Right this way.
Well, You've certainly picked a very, very hard to reach spot.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
Another nomadic merchant. Oh, he sells the Confessor stuff. That is so strange. That is so strange that they've basically sprinkled the starting gear of all the different starting classes over all these merchants. But some of them are obviously, like this guy, it took me 185 hours or something to reach this specific one. So if I hadn't started with this Confessor armor, this would have been the first time I encountered it. I don't know. I just find that very, very curious. It doesn't matter ultimately. Certainly a very interesting decision. What is this though? Guilty hood. Coarse hooded cloak of olive brown. The garb of those accused of lesser crimes, indicated by the collar of sharpened branches. Oh. Very interesting way of punishing people, isn't it? Also, I find the resemblance of this thing. So, I guess sort of this yellowish hood must have been somewhat common in the capital itself. Because that's also the, that one village that I went through that had the beast thing with the staff and the sorceress in them. There were also a bunch of these guys, but they were dead on the floor, that also had this sort of yellowish hood thing going on. Not with these sharpened branches, though, but instead they had a flower crown of sorts. I wonder if they were, maybe outcast as well, but not necessarily suspected of criminal activity or something. Do want to get it though. Also, let's just buy this, even though I don't really need it. And obviously, the cookbook. Volcano pot and roped volcano pot. Though, I'm not entirely sure what you're meant to do with the runes if you're sitting here of all places. It's not like you can just go and utilize the runes to buy something to eat. Oh well. Also, this is just, holy shit. The way they've set this up is just, with the moon behind the Earth tree, man. The colors of it as well. Okay, so I do want to make sure that I check out all the available paths, though. So that's where I came from. That's the smaller ladder. This is the long one. Was I wrong? Is there no other ladder here on the left? I don't think there is, right? Wouldn't really make that much sense. So let's go up this one. But I do need to make sure to take a look to the right if there's anything else hidden there. Darkness and silence through the night. Always reminds me of the Metal Gear stuff. I think excessive profanity that at some point, at every single time something or somebody or whatever is climbing a ladder, always reminds me of that. The Metal Gear soundtrack. Even though I'm not even, like, I haven't really played that much Metal Gear myself, but... Huh. Much more soldiers here. Still looks like a battlefield up here, though, which is... Oh wait, these are frenzied soldiers, are they not? Yeah, they are. Ooh. Wait, was that a guard? Did he actually do a guard counter thing? Oh, for fuck's sake. These big dudes with their shields can sometimes be very annoying. Stuff like this always comes up when you least expect it. Why the hell do they have madness? Is that something that just sort of crept up because they didn't really know what to do with themselves here, or what? Also, why can't I see that one burning flame? It's way brighter than the other ones. This is another one of these memorial things. Ah. It's the next checkpoint. Okay. The assault on Volcano Manor. The squalid, the sick, the blasphemous. A wretched, unending war with no glory. Okay. Well, that doesn't really tell us much. So are these actually remnants of, I don't know, the capital potentially wanting to get back their control over Volcano Manor? Or rather, I guess it would have been an attempt of the Golden Order, more or less, represented by the capital, to get rid of the blasphemous behavior of Volcano Manor, right? Though clearly they were not successful in that. I wonder if them sort of falling onto madness here, I wonder if that means that they I don't know, did they potentially realize what Volcano Manor was doing? And they couldn't really handle it or something? It's a very sort of curious. Where the hell are you going? It's a very curious connection here, right? Especially considering that these dolls are also here. What the hell are you doing? Where are you running? Because they're typically... So the dolls, theoretically, would be to defend the manor, right? Because they're connected to the sorcerers, which are... or which uncovered sort of new sorceries here. Magma sorceries and that kind of thing. But yeah, what would make the soldiers turn mad then? I mean, there's also this stuff lying around here, right? This yellow ember. A sign that the deceased suffered from the flame of frenzy. Scrape is ripened and burst. Right, that always had to do something with their eyeballs, right? But not necessarily with cannibalism or anything. I mean, it might be connected to that. The thing is that these places with madness so far have almost felt, well, I don't want to say disconnected. It definitely feels like they are connected in some capacity. There are always these places where it almost feels as if sort of desperation has run highest, as if, you know, they were places that were almost plagued way, way more by death and destruction than maybe other places are. And so that's why people might have gone mad. So in that regard, I guess you can find similarities between them. But not only are they very far apart from each other, they're not really connected in any sort of other way, right? They don't really have any sort of, I guess, something where you could say, oh, you know, that's maybe what they were doing or praying towards or any of that neat stuff. That cave has a site of grace within it, so I suspect this is actually going to be a bit of a bigger place. Okay. So let's deal with this cave first. You know what? Before I go into the cave, although then again, let me do it differently. Let's do this first. Let's Volcano Cave. Let's get this side of grace. Unlock the summoning pool as well. Bunch more beastmen. But before I go in the cave and potentially die or do something else that might make these enemies respawn, not that they were difficult to deal with, but I mean, if you don't have to deal with them a second time, why bother, right? So let's ride over to the other one and unlock that as well. That way, once I'm done with the cave, I can just teleport over that to that one. Unless something else will happen while I'm on this bridge, though I don't necessarily think so. Very nice soundscape. Very ominous, yet also pretty cool. Huh. Interesting. So you can either climb or take the lift, basically. That must be... That's the front of Volcano Manor, right? Yeah, it is. Huh. Okay. Why... Why is the Guidance of Grace pointing me here? That's not pointing towards the manor, I don't think. That wouldn't really make any... Although maybe it is. Wait. Yeah, maybe it is. Right. So, this would actually be... Well, I said so before, right? If you come from this direction, this is the only path that you can take, because the rest is blocked off. You can't jump down, and you can't jump up this way. So you have to go this way. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is pointing towards the manor. Yeah. Because somehow, this looks like a crater of sorts, and if you go through that, you can possibly go over here, but then back down here, which would lead you to the entrance of the manor. And the side of grace that I'm seeing down there is the one that I already unlocked. That's sort of beneath the stone structure there. But as I said, before I go up there, let's take a look at the cave first. Don't want to miss any sort of items, any sort of loot. Though I don't expect this cave to be particularly interesting. I don't know, I don't think that it leads to anything too special. Though you never know. I mean, there's definitely been a couple of caves that have been fairly surprising in what they contained. I don't think I need to rest, but just to make sure. Let's put on the light. Already activated the summoning pool. Or it could also be that this cave just also leads down to the entrance of the manor, right? Could sort of be another thing. Quite a lot of these guys there. Where the heck did I even come from? Oh, okay. I came from here. Let's maybe go this way first. Why are there so many bloodstains here? It's not like these guys are particularly difficult to fight at this point of the game. I don't think. Oh. Suspect this... Let's maybe try and go the other way first. I feel like that might give me more access to the upper levels here. I think this just loops back around to where the item is. Yes, it does indeed. Which, now I can just jump down to them. Oh, hi. Seriously? Out of mana already? See, I definitely need to level mind a little bit more. Can you stop jumping so much, please? Did not expect to actually hit that. Ah, for fuck's sake. That can be quite annoying if you're fighting an enemy that's so frantic. I mean, I suspect this way should lead down to him, so I can just finish him off. Bye. Great knife. What is that? Huh. An actual normal knife. Large knife with a broad, curved blade. This weapon is designed to slash and rend, inflicting blood loss upon the recipient. Huh. Neat. How many of you guys are here? Holy shit. Oh, another one. Thought it was another big one for a second, but nope. Just one of the small guys. Also interesting, I don't know, I felt like for a very large portion of the game, sort of since Limgrave, I haven't actually really had that many coil shields. I feel like I've actually not had that many additional encounters with the Beastmen. I feel like they were a pretty big part of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, obviously. But that was about it, right? So it honestly feels like it's been a while since I've engaged with them. Ah, it's a serpent shield. Armament designed for gladiatorial combat rises above its peers as a particularly showy specimen. The sculpted bronze snake is a poisonous breed, boosting the wielder's resistance to poison. It has a unique skill, Viper Bite. Give the shield a quick shake to temporarily bring the bronze viper to life, inciting it to lash out and bite foes. That sounds pretty awesome. Poison buildup. 72 also seems pretty good. Not necessarily good as a shield, per se, but I guess you can definitely surprise people with that, right? Not necessarily in PvE. Though, to be fair, I think I've not necessarily had that many weapons or similar things that I have poison built up, sort of on them from the start. Wait a second. Isn't this where I was before? Oh, I'm already at the end, it seems. But yeah, I don't think there's been too many instances of weapons or gear in general that has poison built up on it. I guess you can probably do some cool combinations of stuff where you can possibly very quickly poison enemies. Do I even want to summon the Mimic? Ah, why not? It's always so much fun. What the fuck are you? Demi-human Queen Margaret. Oh, it's another one of the, Ooh. Why are your eyes purple? God, I love that attack. Kaboom! Jaw cannon. What the fuck is that? Okay, why did this thing have purple eyes? Why what? I don't think that's anything that I've encountered before. Is that maybe a weird mixture of the red that they get? Well, I mean, purple would suggest sort of a mix between red and blue, right? Doesn't really make any sense. Because I was thinking about, well, maybe if they have this madness frenzy stuff going on, but then at the same time they're also They have their beast madness that they get at night, right? Maybe I thought it would be a combination of that or something. I definitely wish in these couple of instances we just had more information regarding that. Also, what the fuck is this? A jar cannon. Very, very reminiscent of the cannon that you can get in Bloodborne. Because obviously in Bloodborne you can always equip a weapon, which is typically used to parry opponents. But there is one very special weapon that is a literal cannon that you can just carry around with you, and it costs, I think, 10 blood bullets to use, or what were they called? Silver blood bullets or something? Silver bullets? Whereas, obviously, a normal weapon would just use 1. The cannon used 10 per shot. But it was very, very funny. Definitely saw a couple of clips of people getting absolutely blasted with it during PvP. 34 strength is quite a lot, though, obviously. Jar cannon, which uses explosives to fire great bolts. Deals great damage, but is slow to reload. Wait, this thing can fire great bolts? Okay. Experimental firearm brought to the assault on Volcano Manor, where it was discovered that no one knew how to use it. Okay. Well, that's clever. I wonder if you can get... If this thing can load great bolts... I wonder if there are some unique sort of great balls in the game that are also... I mean, obviously we have these, right, which are explosive great balls that would be probably a pretty good fit for that cannon thing. I wonder if the game also has some sort of unique, fun bullet stuff that can only be loaded into this jar cannon. Don't necessarily think so. That probably wouldn't necessarily work all that well, right? Also, it's actually quite funny. Doesn't that mean that these beasts at some point just, I guess, killed a bunch of soldiers and said, oh, that's a great cannon, we're going to take that with us. Okay, this is done. Now we'll just teleport over here and can continue up the mountain. Somehow I have a feeling there's going to be a boss up there. Or at least, I mean, there has to be something special, right? Because it's quite a bit of build-up to this place, actually. Considering how much we've had to loop around the manor to get to this place. And then you have to climb up a bunch of stairs and whatever, ladders. Aha. Can definitely spirit summon, so that does suggest there's something special going on here. Ooh, yeah, that looks interesting. Hi. What the fuck is that? What is even... Okay, so, I mean, the map pretty much looked like a crater. Okay, so far so good. What is interesting to me is the ground. We'll talk about that in a second. So the ground, the way that, like, this golden sparkle, isn't that from meteorites? I mean, that's what the crater suggests as well, right? That, like, a big meteorite maybe had impact here. Because isn't this material also a source of glintstone, typically? And what is that thing, by the way? So, it looks like sort of a baby version of that alien thing that I fought, doesn't it? So maybe this is supposed to be the actual meteor that crashed here? So it wasn't a meteor at all, it was this sort of stone meteor beast thing? But yeah, it looks like the that weird scorpion alien thing that I fought. Just that this guy just has this weird blue hole as a head instead of a skull. Is obviously a lot smaller, isn't glowing blue. But it has similar features, especially the pincers at the front and the large spiky tail at the back. Huh. Oh. Hi. Well, that was a very long encounter. Okay, I did not expect it to just charge at me, to be completely honest. Yeah, this was not necessarily how I planned this to go. Oopsie. Somehow I thought that because it looked so chill, I thought that it would just sort of keep standing there until I approached, which clearly was not the case. Okay, well then. I guess I need to be aware of that. Does seem to be fairly fast. I guess, I wonder, the fact that they're placing the wind updraft thing right next to it makes me wonder if you're supposed to fight against it on horseback. I kind of want to try it like this first, but if it gets annoying, I'll just do a horseback thing. Ah, for fuck's sake. I wonder if it can fall down, though, if it's charging this much. Oh. It still takes a bunch of damage from this, though. Oh. Yeah, it can definitely fall down. Okay, did it... I wonder if that's some sort of, that's such a cool attack. That's similar to what Radon does, right? Or at least somewhat similar? But yeah, I wonder, that looked like it has some, oh, oopsie. It looked like it has some sort of protection against falling down, in a way. Thought I was out of range of that. Oh well. I don't just want to keep using this attack, but it's a bit too easy with your Mimic taking all the attention. Falling Star Beastjaw. Pretty cool enemy, not gonna lie. Yeah. I wonder if you're supposed to fight this on horseback. Considering the terrain here, I don't know, from the outside looking in, right, when I came up the stairs or the ladder, it looked like a way more sort of gentle crater, but when you're actually going up to it, like there's this fairly steep decline here. I honestly don't know if this would be fun on horseback. I guess it's not too weird, but... definitely a couple of weird things that can happen there. Also, yeah, I honestly wonder, it almost fell down. I guess it got caught up on some of the stones. I wonder if it has some sort of... Well, it probably would have, like the dragons, right? It probably would have just been teleported back in. Had it fallen, like, all the way to the bottom or something? Maybe? I just... It's sort of a very, very cool and unique enemy, right? Makes me wonder, did it just... So it crashed down as a meteor and then basically decided, oh, I'm just gonna sort of chill on this mountaintop and... I don't know, wait, I guess? 34 strength, wow, okay. Part of a falling star beast's jaw, hard and shining black, fashioned into a weapon. So it's one of the pincers, basically, right? With its sharp point, this colossal weapon can skewer foes. Gravity bolt. Imbue the jaw of the falling star beast with gravitational lightning, sending a bolt crashing down a short distance away. Can be fired in rapid succession. Definitely a very unique weapon. One thing that I definitely like about these types of enemies, same thing with Radahn as well, is this gravitational magic just looks awesome visually. Like, really, really awesome. Especially with the sort of purple glow that it gets, which makes me wonder, we just fought that beast sorcerer thing, right, that also had purple eyes? I wonder if they got maybe well, not necessarily infected, but maybe because they were so close to this thing, maybe somehow the gravitational magic, meteorite magic, or whatever, maybe got infused with that? Not entirely sure. Also, one thing that I just find really, really curious is these sort of astronomical structures, right? I mean, we see them all over the place, and they're clearly a device for sorcerers / astronomers to study the sky, right? And potentially study this gravitational magic, study meteorites, and all this all that neat stuff. I wonder if there is some significance between this being here and the meteor beast being here as well. Almost as if the meteors sort of... I mean, maybe they put these up. Obviously, they're looking like sundials, right? But maybe they're also some sort of magical device that attracts meteors, right? So that they're easier to study. Because every time you find these, you also find the starlight shards next to them, right? Suggesting that meteors actually fall towards these places. So, yeah, if that's in fact true, which I think this kind of almost confirms it, right? Is that they are used to sort of draw meteorites in to make it easier to study them. Or potentially use them as well. And, well, they just sort of got, I guess, lucky or unlucky, depending on how you want to look at it, and this bit bigger meteor fell down and brought this beast with it. Which now makes me wonder, where did I fight that weird alien thing? That was in... behind Noxtella, right, where the Scarlet Rot Lake was, and then obviously going down that, like, into the coffin, through the Rot River, and then I ended up in the cave where that thing was. So it's very unclear as to how it got there, or why it stayed there. Maybe it was brought there by... I mean, we do know, I just looked at the description, right, we do know that these were used, I mean, it literally says, was once used in the Eternal City as an ingredient in intoxicating draughts. So clearly, the people of the Eternal City already collected these. So maybe they also had the problem that at some point this big alien scorpion just landed on them instead of a normal meteorite, and maybe somehow they were able to banish it underground or something. I think the remembrance of that thing also talked a little bit about that, where they I think mentioned that it got, wasn't it sort of, well, not really corrupted, but there was definitely something going on, right, with it being sort of locked up in that cave. Also, this honestly looks a bit frightening, not gonna lie. It is a very cool way to look down on Volcano Manor, though. Manor being a bit of an understatement, right? This is not even a full-grown castle. It's way more than, like, this is a giant castle. Which looks pretty awesome. Once again, man, I would like to see a place like this in Elden Ring realized as an actual place. You know, where people are still working and you can meet a bunch of NPCs, right? Not this destroyed state. It's still a very, very awesome place. Don't get me wrong, right? But everything's always destroyed. It's never, you know, I would have liked to see this place in its glory days, right? With people working and all kinds of things going on. It's even really hard to imagine. It's such a huge place, how it came to be in the first place. Especially sitting on top of a volcano. Which, yeah. I mean, when this place still functioned properly, I don't think all of this lava was here either. and the destroyed city on the inside was also still intact. Curious that there's still a bunch of these marionettes here. Well, that was probably easier fought on foot, to be honest. Is one of them running up the stone? Why do I hear one? Also, yeah, if you are getting to the manor via this path, having that star beast on top, oh, well, that's a misplaced texture. Having that star beast on top is quite the introduction to this area, isn't it? And then, not only that, on top of it, you're also coming here to this scene, right? Seeing all these dead trolls and whatever, and seeing one kneeling in front, and this is quite the entrance to this place. Well, I mean, I've already fought these guys, so I guess that pretty much concludes this area, right? I pretty much more or less found everything there is to find here, I feel like. Not entirely sure about this place, obviously. There will be a bunch of other stuff if you approach it from this direction, like a mine and whatever. And then Yeah, I could definitely go back here. That's the question, right? If I'm thinking about what to do next, I could either go to this side of Grace and look at these ruins, or I could go all the way back here and look at this sort of stuff first. I don't necessarily think there's too much interesting things over here, but obviously I want to know. The biggest problem being I'm not entirely sure if I want to unlock the next part of the map. I suspect I'd actually have to go here, unless there is another part of the map sort of closer to it. But this, I mean, judging by the path as well, does seem to be already almost inside the capital. Definitely doesn't make it as easy to decide as to what to do next. So, yeah, this is the optional path, right, that you can take through here. So, this leads through here to somewhere. Whereas this is sort of a straight path. I don't know if you can straight up go here. Man, this is actually quite difficult to decide. Let's maybe go here for a second and just... Because I need to be... It's been quite a while since I actually came up this path. So I don't remember entirely what was here. Man, this place is beautiful though, isn't it? With all the golden trees and what have you. Yeah, I guess this is where I could go next, right? Just explore this lake. I suspect there might be some sort of cave maybe here. There might be something over there. There are definitely a couple of ruins here that I can take a look at. And then maybe just walk sort of through this place just to make sure that I've basically completed this area. And then I could jump back to here and head for the map place first. This is actually quite a beautiful place, isn't it? This looks... I mean, obviously there are all these weird coffin carriages lying around, but other than that, with the sort of gold yellowish trees, it's such a beautiful and peaceful scene. Also, the plateau music's pretty cool. Oh, hello. Sacred Order. It's quite insane to me how high up this place is as well. I mean, it's called a plateau, though. If you then look up at the volcano itself, where I've been the entire time, these past couple of days, kind of looks even more impressive. Man, this place is really... The colors here are so beautiful. Why does it always have to be so hostile, I wonder? Can it not just be this beautiful Who the hell are you? Interesting. Wait, what is creating all this poison? I think that's just the flowers themselves, right? I guess. Oh. Well, so there is another cave here then. Or other catacombs, rather. Honestly, I don't usually like to end things, sort of anywhere, I guess. But this place is so beautiful with these colors that I honestly just want to sort of take this scene in, right? And I don't know, I feel like it's so peaceful compared to a lot of the rest of the game. Obviously, there's still a lot of enemies here, but that's like a small gripe that I have with the FromSoft games, and with Elden Ring in particular, since it's an open world game, right? Especially with a scene like this does remind me of a much more beautiful version of Skyrim, almost, right? This could be a scene of like a true next-gen Skyrim, not the crappy re-releases that they're doing every 2 years. And, like, obviously, every RPG has a whole bunch of threatening environments and opponents everywhere, but I don't know. I personally wish that Elden Ring actually had a couple more peaceful sections with, actual NPCs to talk to, potential friendly villages to trade with. Just more of your sort of typical RPG stuff, right? I don't think that would necessarily distract or detract from the game itself. Especially since it's still been, obviously this is a land in turmoil that has experienced quite a lot of, violent past events. But clearly a couple of people are still living, well, not necessarily normal lives, but lives, right? People are still living in this world. We have the merchants, we have a couple of NPCs that we meet. Actually quite a lot when you really think about it, right? Especially compared to a game like Bloodborne, the amount of NPCs here is quite astounding. And so, I don't know. I guess I just wish for more, right? Which feels bad when you say it out loud, right? Because the game is so vast and so big that demanding more of it definitely doesn't feel that great, right? So I'm not saying it in the sense of, oh, Elden Ring should have had this, right? I'm more looking at it from a perspective of, oh, I guess in a world with infinite budget and time, it would be pretty awesome to have an Elden Ring that is this sort of hostile, twisted land, yet still also has way, way more peaceful villages and people roaming about and what have you. In a way, I don't necessarily want to make a Breath of the Wild comparison because I feel like the two games are so different and so have such a very, very different style and approach in a lot of ways that obviously you can compare them on a mechanical level and what have you, but I do think Breath of the Wild, I mean, it doesn't do this perfectly by any means, but it has a very, interesting to explore world that is also fairly hostile towards you in most cases. Yet, it also has these very, very peaceful moments. I would say that Breath of the Wild doesn't pull it off as well as other Zelda games. But it's still very beautiful to enter these villages, right? The problem with Breath of the Wild is that you have the comparisons to previous Zelda titles, which sometimes feels like a couple of the places in Breath of the Wild don't feel as fleshed out or as memorable, right? If you look at, I don't know, Kakariko in Ocarina of Time, I don't know, it felt like it had a bit more soul, right? In Breath of the Wild, the villages are pretty well made, but they're also a bit forgettable, unfortunately, even though they're very well made. And that's due to a number of reasons. It's because the music doesn't play as big of a part in Breath of the Wild as it does in other Zelda games, which is, by the way, that is another sort of definite downside for me in Elden Ring. Elden Ring has good music, don't get me wrong. It's not that the music's bad per se, but it's not as memorable or sort of really, I don't know. I wish the Elden Ring music, actually, much like Breath of the Wild. So Breath of the Wild has the problem that it's taking musical themes that we know and love from other Zelda games, but it's not really, like, it tones them down a lot. And I know that the developers have talked about that as well, right? They've talked about them, so they wanted sort of nature to be at the forefront, right? They wanted the music to only really to sort of slightly suggest that it's there, but they wanted it to feel more like almost as if the wind sort of carries it through, right? Not really being at the forefront. And I appreciate the thought, but I personally just prefer the way they've done it in past Zelda games, right? Where you enter a village and, the music starts playing and you immediately feel at home, right? It's this very, very beautiful music that you get everywhere. And I appreciate what they were trying to do with Breath of the Wild, but especially when you really listen to the music in the different villages that you can visit in Breath of the Wild, I feel like it would have added quite a bit more to these specific villages and wouldn't necessarily have detracted from what they were doing, because ultimately over vast periods of the game you're still running just through nature, right? You're actually spending quite, like, only a very small portion of your playtime in Breath of the Wild in actual villages compared to sort of the open world and big nature and beautiful landscapes and what have you. So if you would only play the music in the villages and faded it in very, very slowly, which in fact they, I think, actually do, I think that still would have added quite a bit more. And that's the thing, I really don't know. The Elden Ring music is very, very beautiful in a couple of places. I mean, especially here, I think, actually showcases this. And that is true for, numerous areas that you enter with the background music sort of, but the problem with the Elden Ring music is at least in my opinion, it's sort of, I don't know, it promises to deliver more than it then actually does at the end. So, for example, here in the Altus Plateau, the music has these undertones, almost Lord of the Rings-like, right? But it never quite gets there, right? It has these, like what's playing now, I would say is almost more of a sort of generic nature fantasy theme. Almost, obviously a bit more sort of distraught, a bit more, you know, anxiety-inducing than your typical fantasy stuff. Because, well, that's what this world is supposed to represent, right? And for a long time, it sort of lingers here, right? Not really doing much at all. And it's supposed to be this background music, but it's also very forgettable in a way, right? And the problem is that these specific themes, in this case, this plateau theme here, right? Only very, very faintly plays in the background. To the point where it almost doesn't matter, especially during gameplay, right? Either when you're fighting things or even when you're just running around, there are other sounds playing and whatnot, which sort of drowns out these more special parts of the music, which is very, very unfortunate. And yeah, overall for me, I definitely like these very... See, here at these strings there at the back. That's very unique to this plateau, right? That only plays here. The rest, though, is very generic, and it doesn't quite get there, right? And yeah, for me personally, I just like sort of the big themes, you know, think of the, I don't know, the Rohan theme, the Lord of the Rings, for example. You know, they have these very, very big orchestral motifs and or rather, they don't even necessarily need to be that, right? They can also be very, very only a few instruments, right? Sort of smaller in scale. But same with Zelda, Lord of the Rings, what have you. They have these very, very distinct themes, right? I mean, play one Zelda song, you immediately know what to connect it to, right? What part of the game, what game it was, what kind of village or enemy or whatever, right? You can always very, very quickly connect these songs to their respective environments that they played in. I don't think you would be able to do that with Elden Ring. Maybe a little bit, but even considering how long I've played it, and you know, obviously I like sort of the style of music in, let's say, Persona 5 a lot more than Elden Ring. I think it would be a bit unfair to compare these two specifically. I would definitely say that, you know, Persona 5 goes for a very, very distinctive style and pulls it off perfectly, especially in terms of its music design, right, or music direction. Obviously that wouldn't fit with Elden Ring. Nonetheless, it just has this... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably the biggest or the best comparison would be with either Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings. Obviously, those are like massive franchises, right? So Elden Ring's a good game, but it's not Lord of the Rings level, right? It's just not. I mean, Game of Thrones isn't either. But still, right? These really, really cool themes, actual themes and motifs that you can pick out in The Lord of the Rings, they're missing here. They're suggested in Elden Ring. There's always this sort of tingle in the back, this hint at there being a unique melody that is attached to a certain place. And when you stand still and really listen for the music, you can pick it up. But it's just not something that is really there, right, to enjoy. And maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe it wouldn't even really fit, considering that the game is also, in general, more well, it is a very hostile place, as I already established. So I think also the reason for why you typically tend to like melodies in Zelda, for example, is because you have these positive memories attached to these places, right? That's where you met like the cool characters, or where you, I don't know, defeated Ganon or what have you, right? Or it's just a very peaceful village that you happen to run through, right? And that probably wouldn't really be the case in Elden Ring. So I don't know if this sort of attachment from music to certain areas and places in the game would necessarily work here, or if that would create a sort of weird, almost over representation. That doesn't quite fit, but maybe it would put too much emphasis on the music, and then you'd connect places to the music without it actually really making sense in the grandest scheme of things. I don't know. It's a very, very difficult thing without actually having tested it, right? I'm not a composer or anything, so I wouldn't really know. Or rather, I don't really have the skill to do that. And obviously just sort of putting like a Lord of the Rings track over footage from Elden Ring probably doesn't really work either. I don't know. I just wish that the game had more actual sort of melodies and motifs that were connected to certain places that you could also recognize, right? Even outside of the game. Okay. It's getting darker in Elden Ring, and I think this is a good stopping point. I feel like, yeah, we've accomplished a bit, right? We've finished up Volcano Manor, finished up the surrounding parts, and now it's back to the Altus Plateau, hopefully towards the capital. And whatever else the game still has to offer. I said so last time, I don't think the capital is actually sort of the end, or at least I don't think we'll be ready to go to the Erdtree right away. I mean, obviously, I have to go to the Divine Tower to activate the rune that I just got, and those kinds of things. And there are these places, the fire giants or whatever, where they came from, this sort of mountainside behind the Erdtree, that is definitely still also a thing that I can visit. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That is it for now, though. I don't know if I'll be back with Elden Ring tomorrow. I was thinking about maybe doing another game as well. Even though I very much like Elden Ring, especially when you're doing longer streams of it or longer sessions, it is somewhat... How do I put this? Repetitive is definitely not the right word, because it's not, like, at all. But there is a certain kind of... I guess it's just... Well, it is Elden Ring, right? At the end of the day. And... even though it's a pretty cool game, it's a certain type and genre of game, and I think sometimes you just need a breather from that, right? It's also, maybe it's just sort of also this downtrodden world in a way, I don't know, but I do feel like I need a little bit of a breather, maybe a little bit more of a happier game, or at least a game that has more interactions, right? I am craving a little bit more interactions with NPCs and stories to follow, right? Not that Elden Ring is bad in that regard. It's just it's this very, very unique kind of experience, and sometimes you do need a little bit of a breather from that. So I'll see how I feel tomorrow. Either I'll stream Elden Ring, or maybe I'll start something else. Either way, I'm going to be back tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. I hope to see you on the next one. It was, as always, a lot of fun. And yeah, that's been it. Elden Ring. Until next time. Bye-bye.